Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Loki, good evening, good evening. Jesse, Mr. Harlan himself, welcome. Looking good, bro. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, welcome back. Glad to have you all back here. Glad to be back. It always feels good to sit down and start the stream again. I don't know what it is. But I'm just... Makes me happy and excited, and I'm gonna stop there with those types of words to describe my feeling right now. So, glad to be back. Anyway, hope everyone's having a fantastic week so far. I know we're only on to Tuesday, but sometimes getting to Tuesday can be a challenge in itself. So hopefully everyone's having a good time. Okay, well, we are going to get straight into it. We've got so much we're working on. We don't want to waste any time dilly-dallying. So, Tuesday, I almost said last week, but it feels like last week sometimes. Last week, we finally got the monster spawns working. So now as you go throughout the dungeon, you will randomly have monsters spawn. You will also have dice randomly spawn in the dungeon again. Feels good to get that working again, and so much more efficiently too. So, yeah, well, hold up. Oh yeah. That was a bug I actually remember we need to fix. Let's do that right now. So right now, because I implemented that whole quick pickup and quick put down mechanic, right? So if you just click it really fast, it goes, you know, between the floor and the inventory. The problem is if you are clicking too quickly to drag and drop to merge, it still thinks that you are trying to quickly place it. So we need to shorten that just a little bit. Fairwinkling with the twerking ducks. Welcome, welcome. Glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. So let's fix that really quick. So on the dice move, I believe what it was, yes, it is this guy right here. So it says it to 10. I think we maybe want to cut that in half. And the reason why I say in half is because I want to have this be a very simple thing, and I don't want to have to worry too much about it. So we're just going to have this subtract by 2, and it will then cut that time in half. So for decreasing 10 by 2s instead of 1s, it cuts the time in half. So you should still be able to just click and you're good to go. But then if you, let's see if we can get some dice next to each other, then you should be able to, there you go. You can still drag and drop pretty quickly and you're fine still. So happy day there. I just want to test it one more time. Okay, yeah, that's still pretty quick. Cool. That was an easy bug to fix. All right, so you can still go super fast, but as long as you're not intentionally trying to break it, I think you should be fine. Cool. There we go. Look at that. We're what, 8 minutes in? We've already squashed one bug. Fantastic. Harlan says, I gotta go. Just wanted to see how it's going. Don't forget, I'll write you some chiptune dungeon music if you want some. Well, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, sorry, I know this schedule is not the best, so I understand if you've got to step away now, but yeah, I appreciate you checking in just to see how things are going. And yeah, if you've got any examples that you wanted to share, 100%, I would love to hear them, love to see them, and yeah, be a good time. But yeah, again, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so what are we going to be working on tonight? That is a great question. I think probably what we're going to be working on, I'm trying to decide if we do, I think we do the card draws. I think we do the card draws next. Now the card draws will also kind of be working on the monster spawns a little bit as well. So I think we're going to put that back into progress. Because right now, I want to say on Sunday, I somehow justified why I put that into complete already, even though I shouldn't have, because right now, well, okay, let's find a monster. Right now, there's the monster. Great. That's happy. Good. There's nothing to the monster right now. It's literally just a monster. There's no health. There's no anything. So we're not technically done with the monsters. They spawn, but it doesn't actually give you anything else. So we are going to put that back into progress. Yeah. Okay. So with that, let's come over here. We're going to come to the images, pictures, and we've got all the cards here already that we were using before. All right, gotta, there we go. That's why. Whew. I felt like I was having to shout over my music, and I was like, it is as loud as I normally have it. It's because I had my computer volume up, and I was just like, why is it so loud? Anyway, it's a Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Eventually, I want to completely redo how I have all of these card designs. I want them to be, because like these designs, it's fine. Like it's fine. It's whatever. I want it to be more of a design than that. Same thing with this card. Like this is technically the redone card, but I even want it more than this. Like it's they're very right now, but these are 100% just placeholders, kind of. I mean, they are technically completed. They're not set in stone, right? But we can go in and we can redo these whenever and wherever we want. We are not set in stone with them. So we're going to just really quickly recolor all of these cards, and then we're going to start with the card system. I'm trying to decide how we're, well, let's see, what did we do? Is that 4, 3, 2, 3s and 4s? Okay, so I didn't bring in the 1s. What color? Here we go. Let's pull this over here. What color is this side? Okay, so it's that same color, same as this. No, the text is lighter. Do I have the edge be the same color as the text? I think that's what we might do. Yeah. I think that's what we might do. Okay, so we want to do that and that. Then we do that. Yeah, simple enough. Okay, so we've got edge. Oh, we need to do the text first. Phew, that was close. So edge, text, center of the card, save, next one. Edge, text, center of the card, next one. It's gonna be a good time. So let's do some chatting. How's everyone doing? Loki, how is the VPET project coming along? I know that on Sunday you said that it was getting pretty close. Has there been more progress made toward the finish line? Because what's happening? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oof. Okay, come on. There we go. Yeah, I'm excited to see that finished product and be able to test it out, give it a try. Is there a hotkey to swap colors? X. Sweet. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can do U, save, and then Control W is close. Then X, so we can go U, U. It's a problem with hotkeys. Sometimes you get a little thrown off. U. Hey, I think we're out of purples. Sweet. Crap. I forgot to swap back. I accidentally I color picked over the whiter color that I was using. That is my bad. All right, there we go. So there, swap the color, save, close. Simple enough. Loki says, pretty good. I just added the ability to select whether there is a device overlay, and it saves and loads correctly. Hardest part was getting the adjustments to the screen, since depending on if you have a device or not, shifts the location of where the VPET should display. Okay, so you had to take into account where the device popped up as you're showing the VPET. Yeah, I could see that as being a bit of a that could introduce some unwanted annoyance to having to figure out exactly, where to have the. So are you changing where the VPET shows up then, or are you changing where the device shows up, or are you just taking into account like are there just a couple? Oops. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. Let's see. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yes. So did you have to move where the device was located, or you just have to take into account where the device is located to then be where the VPET is? It's actually coming along pretty quickly, I must say. I know it probably doesn't seem like it, but I've restyled these cards a couple times before in the past, and like before I started live streaming things. And I don't mean like recently. I mean this was back in like, okay, what's going on? There we go. I'm meaning like back in December of last year, before I even started streaming at all. And without hotkeys, this process takes a very long time, much longer than it is currently taking now. So I guess also at that same time, I was completely changing the layouts themselves. And so that is also very time consuming when you're trying to get an actual design and make it all look good. Not saying that this design necessarily looks good, but it gets the job done. That is all I'm looking for right now. Eventually, we will be completely redesigning these cards. I've thought about maybe doing different designs for the cards as you change their level and like the spell elements they have. I don't know if I'm still going to do that because that would be so many cards you would have to take into account. I just don't know if that's... I don't know if that's something we want to do, but we'll see. Okay, so that should be all the cards. Okay, perfect. That is all the cards. Lucas says, I just shift where the VPET window is since it can't be at 0/0 with a device overlay. Fair enough. Well, there you go. Well, I'm glad you found a solution. That is fantastic. So you said it was difficult, or you said it was the hardest part. Was it actually difficult, or was it more of like a tedious adjustment you had to make? Sometimes those tedious adjustments can feel really difficult because they're just so time consuming. Okay, so we got the cards done. Now we need to make it so that when you enter the room, it draws the cards. We also need to show some buttons, and right now, let's see, what are the buttons? We've got the active buttons. These are the draw buttons. Okay. I think what we're going to do... So, before, the way we're doing this is you had these buttons here. Let's actually pull these up, and then let's also pull up that's right, be in recent, because we literally just replaced everything there. Okay, image, pictures. No, what am I doing? What am okay. And then of course Photoshop is doing that really annoying thing again where like there's supposed to be like open cloud down here. I don't know what they just did in like one of their more recent updates, but you now can't just like, why Photoshop? Why? All formats. What if I switch to Photoshop? Yeah, there used to be a button down here that said to like switch to like browse your cloud files. Okay. Thanks, Adobe. You are the best thing in the world. You are so great. I need to find a alternative to Photoshop. It's getting so expensive, and I feel like every couple months they make some change that it's like, why would you make that change? It makes no sense, and it just throws off my entire workflow. It's horrible. Loki says, more tedious since it was having to make sure the window is perfectly aligned inside the device and without any gaps on the side. That can be extremely tedious, especially with pixel art, trying to get everything like pixel perfect because you want it to look good, right? So you would go with, you're trying to get it all pixel perfect. Yeah, that's, whew. Well, I'm glad you got it figured out. I always knew you could. Krita? Krita? Krita. Krita is a professional, free, and open source painting program. It's made by artists that want to see affordable art tools for everyone. Well, I may have to give this a look-see. Yeah, I'll have to see what that thing is like. Because yeah, for me, there's really not... I feel like most art programs would be able to do everything that I would need or want them to do. I am in no way an artist, so I am not about to, like, you know all the ins and outs of different art programs and things like that. But I have my few things that I'm like, if it can do that, I'll be happy. And yeah, one thing that I really do appreciate about Photoshop is their cloud saves. Like, it is so convenient to have just something saved in the cloud, and every time I hit save, it stores it in the cloud, and it doesn't matter where I am, what computer I'm on, I have that file, and it's fantastic. But yeah, it may be worth it to finally be done with Photoshop if I can just find something that is able to do everything that I need it to do, and we'll call it good there. So yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a look-see and see what I can do with it. Okay, so the buttons. I'm trying to decide if we just stick with the current buttons we have and just call it good. Because these buttons, they look basically the exact same as these other buttons. The only difference here being that there is, come on, just there we go. So if we do this, so you can kind of see, so this is the normal state, this is the hover state, kind of lightens up, and then this is the pressed state. So it kind of goes down, but then like this metallic looking frame stays the same. And I'm trying to decide if we stick with that button style, or if we go with something more like this, where there's not really like a metallic border. I'm kind of leaning more towards we get rid of the metallic border. Yeah, I think that's what we might do. We get rid of the metallic border. Okay, so let's go to draw one. And I think we're also going to switch. So the reason why we originally stuck with these colors was way back when we were still first trying to figure out how we were going to do Tomb of Versilius. So if I, of course I can't open up my cloud documents. Whoa. All right, Bridge, I don't want you. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Jeez. Okay. I do not know why they would get rid of open in cloud. It makes absolutely no sense. Anyway, I guess I don't need a visual. Way back in the day, back when we were originally going to be making the game, the draw and attack buttons correlated with other dice types. Now they don't anymore, so the orange and the blue make not as much sense to use. So I'm thinking what we're going to do, let's close the draw button ones, and we're just going to focus on the attack buttons. Let's pull up the color palette that we've got here. I think for the attack button, we're going to do red. I feel like red is a good, attack color to go with. So what do we need to do? We need to change the canvas size. We're going to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That will get rid of most of it. That is not the case. We need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. That gets rid of all of that. Now, if we come through here and we select all of those, and we come through here and get rid of these outer ones. Ooh. There we go. And we're going to swap this to red. there. That one is that one. And then we've got, I believe it's these two. No, I think it's just one down from that. And then that one. There we go. Cool. Okay, so that is attack 1. Now, originally I was showing how much damage you were going to do. I don't think we need to do that anymore. And I'm going to show you why. So my idea for the enemy HP, I think I'm going to maybe change how it is eventually, but for now, we come in here and we hide. Nope, we still need room. Monster. There we go. So right here is the HUD that it shows when the monster is spawned. You've got the name, their HP, and they've got the HP bar, and then you've got their armor class and the armor class bar, and then how much damage they're going to do. I think what we're going to do to change all of this is if we come in here to monster. So right now, it just, when you do damage, the bar goes down, right? But I think what we're going to do is as you are drawing your cards and your damage is adding up, I think I'm going to add a second bar that starts on this side, right? And let's just do a 1x8. We'll just make it white for now. So basically the idea is there would be a bar that starts on this right side. And so as you are drawing more cards and it's going to be doing more damage, this bar will fill up to indicate how much damage you're going to do. And so let's say if you're going to do half the enemy's health, this would fill the bar up halfway, and maybe we'll add some type of like flashing or pulsing element to it or something like that. Anyway, so it would basically fill the opposite direction of the enemy's HP, and then when you attack, it would then, you know, take that much off the health. So I think we're going to do that instead of the original method, which was if we come down here to card area and buttons. There we go. So this is what the buttons used to look like. It would tell you how much you were drawing, and it would tell you your attack. So we're going to replace attack and then parenthesis 2 with it showing right here. How are we going to change the draw? I feel like I want to try and match the visual representation. We could do something similar. Blackjack says, what sort of draw, like cards? Yes. Yep. So this is the button to draw from your deck. A bag, maybe. So we're gonna keep with the buttons themselves. So the thing that I'm gonna try and figure out, so the visual representation. So when I say that, we're gonna be sticking with the buttons. So you got the buttons for draw, and then you've got the buttons for the attack, and then the visual representation I'm trying to figure out is to tell the player how high you've drawn compared to the monster's armor class. Backpack button with numbers. Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of what we have now, just in the form of a button and then showing the numbers for what your draw value is. So basically, and I can't remember if we've gone over this since you've been here, Blobtick, like been joining the live streams, but the combat in Tomb of Versilius is based on Blackjack. So if you're unfamiliar with Blackjack, basically it is you are drawing face cards, right? So you've got ace, or I guess you've got, yeah, ace through king. And you've got your 4 different suits, which correlate to 4 different elements. But anyway, so as you draw, you think you know Blackjack? Okay, yeah. So yeah, the goal is to draw as close to 21 as possible without going over 21. Yep, exactly. Yeah, try not to get over 21. Yes, and so the monsters will have a armor class, and their armor class will be anywhere from probably like 12 to 20, right? Obviously, the higher the armor class, the more difficult it will be for you to actually attack the monster, because you have to get closer to 21 without actually going over. So the idea is I need to somehow show the player what their draw value is, because like obviously you could look at the face cards and like the numbers and you add it up yourself, but it's a lot easier if you can just look at a number and be like, oh, this is how much I've drawn. You think you've played that before? Yeah, it's I would say fairly common, and I feel like most people have either played it at least once in their life or they've at least heard about it, which is why I'm trying to go with the Blackjack combat, or the Blackjack rules for combat. It's because I feel like it's a pretty universal thing, and yeah. Add an upside down table on the roof with a number on it. I could do that as well. I could maybe do something kind of like how we're doing the HP right now. Stardew Valley teaches gambling. That blasted game. Teaching kids gambling. How dare they? Stardew Valley marketed to kids. I'm pretty sure it's rated E for everyone, right? I actually have no idea. Stardew Valley ESRB rating. Yeah, rated E. Rated E for everyone. Can't believe they've got that whole casino in it and it's rated E. What is this world coming to? So with the HP, we were going to be making it so that it has like a bar that shows this way to show how much it's going to decrease the monster's HP. Everything says Balatro is 18 plus in the UK. Really? That is surprising to me. I mean, like, yeah, it's a game about gambling, but like, that is weird. That is very bizarre. Like, I would not have expected that. Because, yeah, again, it's about gambling, but, like, you're never actually gambling. I mean, like you said, it's gambling, but you're not really gambling. I feel like there's a lot more egregious gambling mechanics in games than Balatro, but, man, that's crazy. That is crazy. I had no idea. Okay, so... Because I was thinking about making the attack button was going to be red. The draw button I was thinking was going to be green, but the armor class is green, and so I couldn't really have a bar filling up on top of the armor class. Maybe what we do is we say, well, I mean, that's what I'm, okay. So I just realized what I'm already doing is this green bar fills up as your draw value goes up, but I don't just want to have a bar without a number. I want there to be a number. Does it need a number? Have a yellow number under the green one. I was thinking we could do something like that. We could do something, yeah, like where it would basically be, you know, you'd be at 17 out of, and then you would have this be, yeah, you'd then have this be a different color. So yellow, we could do. You do something like that. The other thing we could do as well, or to the left, yep, yeah, so we could have the number either like to the left of it or something like that, so you'd be at, you know, this out of that, so your draw value out of the armor class of the monster. Something else we could also do is instead of this being just a statically widthed, a static width of a bar, basically what we would do is we would change... Oh, Jesse. I completely missed your hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. In addition to colors, make sure you go for high contrast to help the colorblind issues, especially since red/green is the most common form. Yes, yeah, that is actually something I kind of want to take into account. Not necessarily from the ground up, because I need to actually research color blindness and how to help with that, but I do want to try and make this game as accessible as possible, without like... Okay, I'm gonna go on a rant here really quick. I despise games that think accessibility is just dumbing down the game, like making enemies ridiculously easy to kill, making it so you don't have to actually strategize about things. I'm like, that is not accessible. That's just you being like, oh, you can't play the game? We'll just make it super easy for you so there's absolutely no challenge. It's like, no, people that have disabilities do not want just a dumbed down, watered down version of the game. They want the real experience, but they want it to be accessible to them, right? So I want to make this as accessible as possible, but I do not want to dumb it down at all. So I feel like from where our standpoint where we are with how combat is, it's not time-based, not anything like that. So for everyone, you get to tactically think about what you're going to be doing. So really, I think the biggest thing we're going to need to make sure is we do color blindness, but I also want to make sure that for anyone who has like mobility issues, making it so that you can play with a controller. There's all sorts of controllers out there that you can get with mobility issues that you can, you know, actually use if you have mobility issues. So that is something that I do want to try and do. I just don't want to be that kind of developer that's like, oh no, I'm sorry that you have some type of disability. Here's just a dumb version of our game. It's like, nope, I want the real version to be played by everyone. I just want it to actually be accessible. So, let's see. Blobtick says, you also missed my hello. What, I did? Hold up now. You didn't say hello. You just said, what sort of draw, like cards? Are you lying to me, Blobtick? Are you trying to get a hello out of me? Because if so, hello. I guess that's true. I didn't really say hello. You just started with a question, and so I started with an answer. Anyway, welcome. TK Gamers, hello, welcome back. It has been a minute. Glad you could be here. How is your... Whoop. There we go. That was weird. It said my chat had stopped for a little bit. All right, so I think probably what's going to be the best is we will stick with just putting a number here next to their armor class. And then we will do the HP bar that counts down to show how much damage you're doing. We could also do something like this, where when you're doing damage, it could say something like 13 minus, and then however much damage you're doing, so like 4 or something like that. So it's kind of let you know as well with a number and not just visual. Maybe. Yeah. The colorblind mode has purple instead of red health and has more vibrant colors. That's kind of what I've noticed. So that's probably what we'll do. And it should be easy enough for us to redo the coloring on a whole bunch of this stuff, because the great thing about working with very small pixel art is it is incredibly small file sizes, right? So if I grab all the pictures in here, which right now we are currently dealing with 406 images in the game. Now, not all these are in the game. Some of these can be deleted, and we are definitely going to be adding a ton more. But all of these images, which is the majority of the size of the game right now, is 1.69 megabytes. Super tiny. When this game is done, it literally should be like right now, the entire size of the game is 6.8 megabytes. So that all, obviously we're still missing a ton. We don't have any audio. So like if we come in here, oh, never mind. We do have audio from the previous project that I copied and pasted this from. That's 47 kilobytes, background music, ME, BGS. Okay, yeah. So we do have some other things in here, but we will be getting rid of them. Anyway, goal is to keep it very tiny and yeah, honestly, I will be surprised if this game is over like 50 megabytes when it's done. So, which will also help in maybe one day porting it to like mobile and stuff like that. Also just having it run in a browser. So if I ever put it on like itch or something like that and you can just run it in the browser, it'll make it super easy and super simple to run. Anyway, okay. I guess I also forgot there's like all these system graphics that I like. These are like default RPG Maker graphics. There's half a megabyte right there that we could clean up. Anyway, all that to say, we're going to have plenty of room that we can completely do a different colorblind mode, and we can redo all the colors to make it more accessible. But that is neither here nor there. That is a task for a different day. For now, let us just get into doing all of the HP stuff. Bloptic says, are there any slimes? Why do you ask? Because yes there are. He's right here. Look at this little guy. Look at this little slime. Oh, are you asking? I feel like, are you asking because of your name? I feel like I should have caught on to that a little sooner. TK Gamer says, how many streams you do every week? I do 3 right now. So I do my time. I do Sunday evenings, Tuesday evenings, which is tonight for me. I know it's Wednesday morning for you. But yeah, so Sunday evenings, Tuesday evenings, and Wednesday evenings are when I stream. And yeah, so those are the 3 I'm doing right now. I would love to get back to the point where I'm doing more, but that is going to be a little ways down the road. Right now, between work and everything else going on in life, I'm basically maxed out in terms of the streams, and then also trying to get content like shorts and things like that out there. But not saying that this is going to be actually happening anytime soon, but I am getting pretty close on both Twitch and on YouTube to be able to just start doing things like having memberships, bits, subs, all that fun stuff. So I'm not expecting to ever make a living like that, but if we ever got to the point where that could happen, then I would be streaming every day, all day, every day. But as of right now, as is just a part-time hobby, it is something that I just have to do just the 3 days a week, unfortunately, is all I've got time for. So, Blobtic says, what? Me loving slimes and blobs? Never. I know. I like how I was actually wondering why you were asking that after literally saying your name. I'm like, Blobtic says, are there any slimes? And I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That, yeah. I'm a little slow. I'm a little slow sometimes. Okay, so we're gonna do -8 and -8, getting back to these buttons. Tiki Gamer says, isn't it hard to work and stream? It is extremely difficult. I will say that. I've known a few people who have grown very large and very successful YouTube channels while working full-time and streaming, and I have so much more admiration for them now. Now knowing just how difficult it is. Like, I'm not saying that this is like, oh, this is the most difficult thing in the world, because I laugh at people that are like, I don't know if anyone knows of all that controversy for, who was it? It wasn't XQC. Now I can't remember. One of the bigger streamers that has like, you know, tens of thousands of people watch their stream every day, and they've got like millions of followers and subs and things like that. You know, they were like, oh, streaming's like the most difficult job in the world. And I'm like, shut up. Like, it is not. Like, get out of here. It is absolutely not. And I still will say it is absolutely not. But I will say, working full-time and trying to fit in a stream, it is a little bit taxing, but it's worth it. It is 100% worth it. I absolutely love, after a long day of work and, you know, spend time with the family, having a good time there, and just to be like, I'm going to go down to the basement. I'm going to start my stream. I'm going to work on my project. It's pretty great. I enjoy that. So while it is difficult to balance both, because it's not just the stream, right? You know, we've got the stream, which is great. You know, stream for whatever it would be. It'd be like 4, 8, like 12 hours a week or so that I'm streaming. But then on top of that, I'm also editing stuff for shorts, the devlogs, all of that stuff. So it is a lot of work that I am spending, but again, it is 100% worth it. I absolutely love it, and that is why I'm still going with it, because yeah, if I didn't love it, I probably would have been like, all right, well, I found a job, this was a fun time, but duty calls, I'll let you all know when the game's done. And I would just call it quits there. But I love it too much, so I'm gonna keep doing it. You literally just have fun on camera and hope you don't mess up. Exactly. So the streaming itself is not difficult. It's just the balancing the stream and working that can be a little bit difficult, but the actual stream itself, super easy, and I absolutely love it. I love coming on here and talking to everybody, so it's the best. I heard a quote recently, fail faster, succeed sooner. I love it. Absolutely. Yeah, and there's a lot of really good quotes like that. It's like, what's the other one? It's like, now I can't think of what it is. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's like fail fast, fix things fast. Basically the exact same quote, just in like different ways. But yeah, absolutely. Fail fast, succeed sooner, because everyone is going to face failure no matter what. It doesn't matter how good you are at something. It doesn't matter how well you have thought out a plan. It doesn't matter how dedicated or anything. It absolutely does not matter. On two conditions. Sorry, the words got caught up in my brain, and I feel like it looked like I was just having a stroke right there. What was I saying? Yes, except for two things. I completely lost my train of thought. Holy crap. Okay. Ooh, I gotta do a brain reset. Okay. We're good. Two things is all that matters. If you don't try, that's number one. I can't remember if I was going in the positive or negative direction with that. So we're going to say, if you don't try, that's the first thing. Doesn't matter how good you're, or special or talented or anything like that you are. If you don't try, you will always fail. And if you don't fail, you're never going to succeed, because there's always failure. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. We're going to get back to this. So yeah. Let's see. Jesse says, yeah, I agree. That's pandering. Oh wait, no, I already read that one. It's work for sure to stream. It is work. I will agree. There is some form of, I mean, work is work. Work is everywhere. Everything you do can be, it's a task, right? Everything is a task. It doesn't matter if you love it or not. Like, a task is a task. If it's something that has to be done, it's a task. But actually enjoying it, which I do, makes it an enjoyable task. I'm not good at it, honestly. I bet you are. I bet you are. So did you stream, or do you stream? I feel like I should know this already. But yeah, have you tried your hand on it? Just so you say you're not good at it. Is it because you were streaming something that you didn't enjoy? Was it just difficult for you to want to stream? I feel like I need more, I think I need more backstory for this. I have, yeah, but I don't talk about it, so I don't expect you to know about it. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. If I knew about it, even though you didn't talk about it, that'd be a little creepy. And yeah, so completely understandable. Yeah, so, you know, it's, and it's not for everyone. I will say that. Because here's the thing. You got to have that perfect balance. You've got to not only enjoy it and be enjoying what you're streaming. What was the second thing? I think I just mixed both things in with the one thing. Yes, you have to not only enjoy it, but you also have to enjoy what you're streaming. And if either one of those isn't actually happening, then it does make it very difficult. I tried for a while, a few years back. I was trying to stream games. I was just playing games, and I wasn't enjoying it, because I was like, yeah, I'd enjoy it for like the first stream or two, because I was like, I'm playing this game that I absolutely love. And then usually by stream 2 or 3, I'd be like, I have to play that game again for like 5 hours. I don't know if I want to do this. And it just kind of turns into a crapshoot. And then if I'm not having fun, people watching aren't having fun. I say the people watching, I want to say I probably had maybe one person ever watch my stream, and they were there for about an hour and then they left. Anyway, yeah, for sure, I enjoy it. I just get absorbed and then forget to talk or interact. Tried games and game dev. That is 100% understandable as well. I feel like I am not good at balancing, and so I usually I do have a hard time doing both, especially with the game dev stuff. I'm either developing or I'm chatting. I feel like I can't really do both, at least not efficiently, because I'm either so focused on the chatting, which I absolutely love, or I'm so focused on the dev work, which I absolutely love, that I'm not doing both at the same time. So that's understandable. Bloptic says, I tried it once, but I wasn't a big fan. Don't think I streamed something that I liked. That is possible. Yeah. If you were streaming something that you weren't absolutely obsessed with, then that can make it difficult as well. To want to keep streaming and to make it entertaining. Loki says the hardest part for me is just finding time. Yeah, and that is one of the largest hurdles, like really for anyone. I was about to say like it's a really difficult hurdle for adults, but I will say like even as, you know, if for anyone who's trying to start streaming, even if you're younger, and you don't have as much responsibility, you still have stuff going on. I know that sometimes I think back and I'm like, oh, you know, to be a teenager again and like have so little responsibility. But then I think back to it and I'm like, even as a teenager, I still feel like I had so much going on. So even if I had started trying to stream as a teenager, which I couldn't have because we had dial-up internet back then, and there's no way you're streaming with dial-up internet, I still had so much going on. And so there's not really a perfect time to stream and just have it be easy. So anyway, let's see. Blobtick says, I like making games, but streaming not that much. Totally understandable. I'm 14, have time, still can't find it. See, exactly. Even at 14, comparatively to some of the adults in chat, I'm sure that they're all thinking, like, along with myself sometimes, it's like, oh, 14, like, you've got all the time in the world. But really, like, I'm sure you can attest to this. You probably have so much going on in your life, between school, friends, family. If you've got other, like, hobbies and things like that you're doing, it just... The day gets filled, right? And so it really doesn't matter what age you are. Everyone is busy all the time. So yeah, 100%. Really doesn't matter what age you are. Life is just busy all the time. Chemistry Nick, hello. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. We are working on the card drawing system and the attacking system. In between the chats that we're having. If I would want... let's see, if I would want to start streaming, but I also don't have any time. See, nobody's got the time. Absolutely none. Bloptic says, I don't have friends, don't spend time with my family, and I only have one sport, shooting. Fair enough, but you're still busy. You still have all sorts of stuff going on. Friends. Hey, even back in high school, I used to think to myself, I don't have any friends. And now I look back at it and I'm like, I had so many more friends back then than I do now. Being an adult kind of sucks for friendships. So, yeah. Anyway, but what is this shooting? Like, are you, is it like gun shooting or, shooting hoops? Is that your sport? Okay, so we need to show those buttons when there is a monster, right? So, where are we doing that again? So this is the introduction, the initialization, the move, and the transition. This one is the dice moving. This is the monster animations. Yes, so in here, when you enter, showing the monster, right here. Here we go, perfect. So this is what we need. Game variables, set. Okay, so it's setting. Okay, so this is showing the picture. And game variables, set value 55 to 2. What is 55? Variable 55 is monster animation frame. Okay. And then game self switches set 9 for A to false. 9, 4. Who is 4? 4 is the monster animation. Nope, that is not the monster animation. This one's the monster animation, which is event 4. Okay. So are we at all? I don't think we're grabbing the monster stats at all yet. We need to do that. So if we come in here, we come down to monster X, monster Y, monster HP. Yes, we're not grabbing that at all. So we need to do that. Okay. Let's see. Blackjack says, I have one guy, and that's all my friends, and he is in the USA. Aw. Well, I don't know. As someone who didn't have many friends growing up, I can confidently say friends are overrated. So, you're good there. Shooting is just that, sport shooting. Nice. Shooting is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. It's a good time. Chemistry Nick says, I'm at school from 8 a.m. to, what would that be, military time? 3:30? It should be illegal to be that long at school. That is a very long time to be at school. That is a very long time. I feel like if there was a lot of stuff to just cut out all the extra and the extra fat that school has, it would take half that time and people would probably still learn just as much. Military time, can you not count past 12? I can count past 12. I just am not quick at it. For some reason, I see like, 1,500 hours and I'm like, okay, what would that be? And it just is bad. It's bad. You'd think I'd be better at it by now at this point in my life, but I am not. I am not. Just says, yeah, for sure, I enjoy it and just get absorbed and then I forget to talk. Oh wait, I already read that one. Sorry. 12 is a huge number already. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for having my back. I'm there till 16:10, 5 minutes after the buses leave and have to wait 30 minutes. Oof. That is a very long time. But do you start at 8 a.m. though? That's the real question. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Right here when it's showing the monster, we need to... Okay, so we're determining what monster it is in these variables. So you've got the room monster. That has the monster ID that it needs to pull from our database over here. Enemies. So you got fire slime, spirit slime, water slime, poison slime. So you got name, the HP, the defense, which is the AC. Yeah. Okay, so I know that we're already doing that over here. So let's come in here. So this is spawning the monster. Spawn stuff. Spawn the monster. This is showing the picture. Game actors dot actor 2 set name to, okay, the enemy name. And then the parameters. So 67, 68, 69, 70, 60. Okay. And then spawn monster and draw cards. So let's just copy all of that. I'm gonna come down here to the tomb and we will just paste that in here. If the current room monster is greater than 0, then it is just putting all of that there. So it's setting the monster name and it's pulling in all of the parameters from that monster and putting them in those variables. Fantastic. So I believe we come over here. Let's find a room of the monster. There we go. We come over here and we go to current, let's see, monster HP. So 7, 7, 14, 1. Okay. And it's actually showing the HUD. That's right. I forgot. It would show the HUD because it's just based off of switches. Excuse me. Blobtick says, no, 8:15, 10 minutes after the buses arrive to school. Okay, so basically just as early and a lot later. That is a very long time to be at school. I'm not gonna lie. That is super late. I know, look at that little cutie patootie slime. This one's actually probably, not to offend you, but this is probably one of the ugliest slimes I made. I like the blue one. I think the blue one's kind of nice. I'm trying to remember which one is my favorite, though. I kind of like the red one, because he, like, expands and, like, contracts and expands and goes up. And, I don't know. That one was fun to animate. The green one is so-so. I think the red one is probably my favorite. I think that was my favorite so far. Okay. So we have all of that. So all of that is working and is still working, so that's great. Fantastic. Wait, if I come up here, still fire slime, water slime. Okay, so it is grabbing the new stuff every time. Great. That is what we like to see. We do need to, though, when you leave, new move, we need to turn off spawn monster and card draws. Move player icon. Okay, so let's do this, and we're going to set a comment, and we're going to say hide monster HUD elements. Probably do that since it is a acronym. Okay, there we go. I guess what most of the day is. Theory, religion is 4 hours a week. That is a decent amount of time to be spending doing that. Add a wind slime. Well, I'm kind of keeping with the elements that we have. So we've got the four elements that we're working with is pyro, hydro, necro, and geo. So fire, earth, water, and like, I don't know, how'd you describe necro? Death? So, rock slime. Yes, yeah, rock slime. So I mean, kind of technically have one. So this is actually not spelled. That is not correct. Let's come in here. So all of these names are actually from our previous elements. So you would be a pyro slime. You water, poison. I think it'd be pyro. Crap. What would it be? Monster 1 is pyro. Monster 2, that would be geo. So you are the geo slime. And then water, and then necro. But I am realizing I actually have these out of order. So if we're gonna stick with the order, it's pyro, geo, necro. So necro slime and hydro slime. Then we need to come in here and we need to say you are, let's just say you're 5 for now, because we've got to skip over 4. We then have to make this guy 3, 3, 3, and 3. And then you will be 4, 4, and 4. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Now if we come back over here, we now have necro slime. Fantastic. And we've got the pyro slime. Awesome. Geo slime. Necro slime. Show me hydro slime. Come on. Hydro slime. Show me hydro slime. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. Death. Crystal sludge. I like it. Skull slime. Ooh, could be skull. Because, yeah, it will be kind of like dealing with death. So we will be reworking all the monsters. These are just kind of templates, just so that we kind of have an idea of what they're going to be. Loki says, every time you say Geo, all I hear in my head is they are called Geo, as a spoof of they are called Zeo. I don't think I get the reference. They're called Zeo. What is that reference? Loki, you gotta explain the reference. Zeo Rangers. Zeo Rangers. Oh. Well, alrighty then. What spin-off is this? Power Rangers Zeo? I had no idea this existed. What? This isn't like the original Power Rangers. Zeo? Is this like a different... Now I feel like I completely missed out of something. It's season 4. Okay, okay. I want to say I only saw like season 1, maybe? I was not allowed to watch Power Rangers when I was younger. It was too violent, my mother said. So, let's see. TK Gamers, I'm sorry, my electricity was gone and now I can't stay very long. That is not good. I hope the electricity comes back soon. Yeah, that's not good. Is there like a storm going on or just power's just out? WTF is a Power Ranger. It was a old TV show. Very over the top and over dramatic and a little goofy at times, but yeah, classic 90s American kids fighting show. It's a good time. Which is technically season 19 from Japan. How many seasons? Holy crap. It's still going on today. What do you mean old? Okay, I did not know the Power Rangers are still going on. Wait. Hold up. Power Rangers. Okay, there, all right. So Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is what I saw. I was gonna say as a kid, but again, didn't really watch it as a kid. Man, I have not thought about Power Rangers in so long. So long. I always thought the freaking black and white guy, he was so cool. Makes sense. I haven't seen it. The only TV I used was the Wii. I'm still kind of surprised that you've never at least even heard about it. I don't know. I guess maybe it's not as talked about in other places. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is based on season 16. Okay. Well, apparently I need to catch up on Power Rangers and the lore because I honestly thought the Power Rangers was like a few seasons from the 90s and then it basically got scrapped and I had no idea that they were still doing anything with it. So that is good to know. I'm going to have to do some digging and some research later. I recommend watching the Japanese if you're okay with reading subtitles. All right, fair enough. TG Gamers. Okay, so the electricity is back, but you still can't stay very long. That is totally understandable. Hope everything goes well for you, TK Gamers. Good luck. And yeah, we will hopefully see you again tomorrow. If not, good luck with everything. Hopefully school's going all right for you. Is that Go Kiger? Go. I don't remember how to pronounce any of the names. Okay, all right. That's what I thought. I was like, if memory serves, and if I can read. So, let's see. Just says necro equals purple, so I describe it as grape. That's probably what I should just change everything to. Should we just go with? Should we go with fruits? Do grape, apple, cherry, and blue raspberry. I think that's a much better idea. Just to keep this whole thing super lighthearted. Oh, and you're just fighting like different smoothies. All right, everybody. New business plan. We're switching from dungeons and darkness to fruits. That would be a great way to remember them, though, is by their fruits. Go Kiger is season 35. Holy crap, season 35. If you were to ever have asked me about how many seasons there were, yeah, again, I probably would have guessed 2 to 3. Salad Fighter, yeah. Yeah, oh, there we go. That could be the DLC. So you start with different fruits, and then the DLC is vegetables. I like it. April Fool's update plan. Well, we'll see if I can get it out before April. Highly doubt it. Highly doubt I can get this thing done in the next month. From Dungeons and Darkness to Jamba and Juice. Exactly, see? We're on the same wavelength. Okay, yes, so when you go into the room with a monster, it shows everything. When you leave, okay, it's still there because you left and then there's another monster. Why are you still there? Why are you still there? Photographics, draw cards, spawn dungeon, new room, spawned monster. Okay, why are you still there? Let's, I'm just gonna do this really quick so you can see what's going on here. I'm gonna pull up the HUD elements and we're going to hide everything that's not currently supposed to be showing. Hydro Slime, what is making you show? So you are if the switch 22 is equal to true and 44 is equal to false. So if 22 is equal to true and 44 is equal to false. Okay, well, switch 22 is currently, what is happening? Why? Oh my gosh. All right, well, that's, I have broken things. There we go. Whew, that was close. Okay, so switch 22 and switch 49. So what do we got going on down here? I can full screen that again. So switch 22, show HUD is on. Okay, and then if 44 is off, 44 is safe room shop. What? So show HUD is on. But show HUD is currently on, and it's not doing anything. Oh, wait. I just realized I didn't set that to say off. But if this doesn't have, but it doesn't rely on switch 13 at all, why would it be showing then? Hold the absolute phone. Jesse, I know you're really good at this, so hold the phone for me, please. You gotta hold this phone. Okay. Hydro Slime. What is happening here? Okay, so you are if 13 is true and 15 is false and 22 is true and 23 is false. And holy crap, that is so many conditions. Phone is being held. Oh, why are there so many conditions on the name of the Hydro Slime? Why does the monster have so many conditions? That is very bizarre. But, I mean, we got it to the point where when you leave the room, it disappears, comes back, disappears, is gone if there's nothing here. Okay, so we're fine then. We're fine. I don't know why I have so many conditions, but I have that many conditions. Thank you, Jesse. You can let go of the phone now. I appreciate your service to the cause. Oh, April of next year. Of course. Yes, April of next year. Again, these are the Japanese seasons. As far as stateside, they're on 30, while Japan is on 49. Freaking Japan, they always have everything better than us. Like, I was always so frustrated as a child with the Final Fantasy naming conventions because they had the other Final Fantasies that we never got. They always have the better stuff, I'm telling you. Yeah, 49, they are that popular, apparently. That is crazy. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look that up because that is absolutely nuts. Love it. Yeah, Jesse, thank you. I appreciate it. You are the best. All right. So we're showing the HUD now. That's great. We're getting all of the other stuff. That is fantastic. Now we actually need to show things. So, again, if there is a monster. So this, okay, so we already have the comment showing monster. So everything within this conditional branch is going to be if there is a monster to be shown. So let's do, we're gonna need to show the buttons, right? So let's grab this. We're gonna say, I changed both buttons, both the draw and attack, right? Refresh. No, so there's the attack button. We now need to do the draw button. What were we gonna make the draw button again? Do you know what I could do actually? Close, close, close. we're just gonna use these and recolor them instead of having to resize and reshape all those other ones. Okay, so red was going to be attack. Draw is green. I think draw green is the best way to go. So green for now. We may change it later, but for now, draw is green. So we got that one, that. We got you. Yeah, you are there, and you are there. Then you are draw button 1. Yes. And we're probably going to redo these buttons later anyway, but for now, this will get us in the ballpark of where we want it to be. All right, so this is the hover state. So we want to go with slightly lighter. Still the same colors there and there. Save this as button draw 2. And last but not least, we've got the on click state. We go still the brightest one down for that. And then this one for that. That is going to be draw button, not draw button 3. There we go. Perfect. So we got the buttons. Fantastic. Now let's come over here. So when we show the monster, we then need to show the buttons. And now where are the buttons being shown? Do I have those in the notes? We got blank, 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 flash, HUD, player face, vitality. Okay, so the POV is 37. Flesh to Dust. Hello, Moodwood Games. How goeth the game dev? The game dev goeth great. We are working on getting the draw and attack buttons working because we now have the monsters actually working. So if we come over here, I'll give you a quick peek. There we go. We got the monsters. We got the HUD working. So it's showing the monster name, their HP, their armor class, and their attack damage. So now we just need to get the buttons down here to actually be showing correctly. That is what we're about to start working on. We also got some buttons made up. Well, we had buttons before. We've just updated their color schemes. So, very nice. You were progressing quickly. Thank you. Yeah, try to make as much progress as quickly as possible. Especially with this process, since we're basically just redoing everything from the ground up here. It is going much faster because 1, I already kind of know how I need to do it. And 2, the goal is to make it more efficient. And so, you know, more efficient is oftentimes faster. Sometimes not as much because it takes a little bit longer to make it efficient. As long as I do it right, it should be good. Should be good. Ooh! Also, I just realized, so it is exactly 2 months ago today that I had my first stream on Twitch. And that means I can finally update my name. So for anyone new that has never heard this story, I'm sure you've noticed on Twitch, my Twitch name is Moodwood Games, M-O-O-D Wood Games. That is actually a typo. It's supposed to be Moonwood Games. Yeah, if we come over here, it's supposed to be Moonwood Games. There's my logo, there's my everything. Yeah, I typoed it while I was creating my Twitch name, and I did Moodwood Games. And Twitch, for some reason, I don't know why, you can't change your username for 2 months. I feel like that's the most arbitrary thing in the world. They're like, oh, you set your username? Well, you gotta wait 2 months. It's like, why? Like, I can't just change it. So now that it is been 2 months, tomorrow's stream may be on Moonwood Games instead of Moodwood. I would assume that you don't have to change anything. You can probably just come back to the exact same channel. It shouldn't do anything to followers, I don't think. But anyway, so fun fact, yes, I typoed my name when I was creating my channel, and so it's Moodwood Games. I haven't debated just changing the name of, I was gonna say my company. It's not a company at all. So I was debating just changing it to Moodwood, but I'm like, no, it's Moonwood. I'm gonna stick with that one. Anyway, so there's that. That's mood. I know it is a mood. It just goes to show exactly how unprofessional I am that I would misname my Twitch channel. Anyway, so yeah, so now that it's finally been 2 months, I think I can finally do that. I need to check and see if I can. I will see. I will see. Okay. Let's see. So we need to show the buttons. and in here. So it shows the monster, shows all of that stuff. The buttons, I don't know what layer we're going to be showing them on, because the POV, so POV is that card section is 23 through 36. Okay, so 36 should be the buttons. So 35 and 36 should be the buttons. So we need to do this over here. We're going to say show picture 35, image, button active, button draw, and button attack. I think we're going to have draw on the left side and attack on the right. So draw button will be 35 centered. And where are we going to put that image? I'm glad you asked. Let's take a look-see. Whoop, there we... Come on. Why can I not drag you over here, Photoshop? Let me in. Oh my gosh. There we go. Sheesh. Okay, here we go. So let's come down here. Jesse says, Twitch had some issues with name swapping, so the 2 months timer made sense at the time. Like, people would make fake accounts similar to streamers to get a ton of followers or something like that. Okay, that does make sense. All right, so people would make the fake account, a whole bunch of people would follow, and then they'd immediately change their name and be like, what? No, it's been this the whole time. Okay, that actually makes sense. It was ages ago, so don't fully remember. I mean, that sounds about right. That sounds like something people would do, is they'd make a fake account, give it a few days, and then they'd switch it over and call it good. So yeah, that would make the most sense, I would say. Loki says, I can definitely recommend watching Gokaiger, Goseiger Super Sentai 199 Hero Great Battle. I'm assuming that is the as close as possible English translation. Brings together all the previous Rangers from 1 through 35, and season 35, Gokaiger, is good. I like the premise of them gathering all the powers from the different Ranger franchises. That is actually really cool, that they would grab everything from everywhere and combine it all into one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. I would probably have to copy and paste that, because I don't think I'm gonna remember how to spell or the full name of Goseiger Super Sentai 199 Hero Great Battle. I don't think I'm gonna remember that at all. So I'm glad that you actually wrote that down, because I'm gonna need that for later. 520 and 660. Here we go. So it's 520 and 660. So show that button there, and then we'll show on layer 36 the attack button. This is going to be how many pixels over? 240 pixels. So that is X. Crap, was that 240? I literally just said it. Yeah, 240. Okay. So that is 760. Perfect. So now that should be there. I'll be back in a few minutes. No worries, Jesse. Good luck. If you're walking the dog, hopefully it's not too cold outside. So 35 and 36. So over here. So hide monster HUD elements. So we do that, and then we also need to erase pictures 35 and 36. Awesome. Now, if we come over here and we go into a monster room, it should show. Where's the monster? Oh my gosh. Come on, Gabe. There we go. Okay, now we've got the draw and we've got attack. Perfect. I think the next thing. Yeah. Flesh just says, so the resolution. It looks like 1 pixel is much more than 1. Instead of downscaling the resolution, do you multiply your image resolution by 10 to have the small looking resolution? Yes. So I've multiplied it by 4. So the resolution, let's see, let's just do this. Whoa, not that. Let's do this. And this is 1280 by 720. So the resolution that I made everything out of originally was 320 by 180. So this is, so when I was drawing everything out, I was working with this resolution so that every pixel was like that, right? It was this large, and it worked great. And then basically all I did was when I got over here, so when I'm working with the actual images that I'm exporting into RPG Maker, yeah, I'm just upscaling it 4 times, but I'm making sure that when I do the image size, I make sure to do nearest neighbor so it's all pixel perfect. But then I also, just to make sure it is also still pixel perfect, I make sure that anytime I move anything ever, I always have to move it 4. I will never use anything smaller or larger than this unless it is an absolute multiplication of 4. So I'm trying to stay as true as possible to the actual pixel positions and scaling to make it look like it's just being upscaled to a higher resolution. So, and the resolution I'm working in is 1280 by 720. So 720p, but there is a plugin that I have. I think I have it applied, called Pixel Perfect. I don't think I have it applied right now. But anyway, Pixel Perfect, what it will do is if you ever rescale the window, it will, because you can rescale the window as big as you want, right? So this test play window that you guys see, oh my freaking gosh. I forgot that I was still in test play. You haven't seen anything that I just did. Sometimes it is a blessing, sometimes it is a curse that I have this thing go full screen every time I test play. Because what I see is this, it's just a test play window right here that I can move around and I can go around and do stuff. But for you guys, I have it just take up the whole screen in OBS. A lot of times I just completely forget that it's there and I'll alt tab out and start doing stuff. So I apologize for that. I didn't really show anything too crazy. I was just spouting numbers. Anyway, so yes, this is the test play window, right? This is what I see. This is just 720 by 1280 by 720, but you can resize it and make it larger. And so eventually, once I have the pixel perfect plugin that is written for RPG Maker, if you ever resize the window to be larger, it will actually scale it and not have it get all fuzzy and terrible. So to answer your question, yes, that is what I do. My pixels are where 1 pixel is 4. I do the 180p resolution, then double. See, that's a good way to do it as well. The reason why, so I probably would have just kept the original resolution, right? Like I don't care that much to actually have it be at 1080 or 720p, right? The reason why I did do it though is because with RPG Maker, their menus do not scale well. And so if I had this at a lower resolution, going through all of my switches and variables and things like that I have to manage within the engine itself, it wouldn't be good. Actually, I'm going to really quickly show you. So if I come over here, this is the thing where I can change the resolution. So if we were to change this, let me actually just grab this really quick. Okay, I guess I was kind of showing things. This is what I was trying to show when it had that test play window over it. So yes, the resolution 320 by 180. So if I change this to 320 by 180, this is what RPG Maker would look like. So let's turn off the test play so you can actually see. So this is the size of the window, super tiny, right? Which, like, you know, we could rescale things and everything would be fine. But if I have to go into the menus, absolutely unnavigable. Could not do anything. So that's why I decided to play it safe and go with the 720p. So anyway, let's see. Yes, the menu is very hard to manage. Yes, absolutely. It is an absolute nightmare. I mean, I get why they don't rescale to this small, because it's like you're never going to actually go that small, right? And instead of actually like scaling the elements, they're just having the menu change proportions, right? So all the text and everything like that stays the same size, and it's just rescaling things. So, oh man, we've got a possible ban evader. Get out of here, spammer. Which one is it? Ban. Get out of here. Trying to sell me viewers. I don't need bot viewers. I've got a great community here already. I don't need to pay to have some bots come in here and watch the stream. Link safe. You need to see this image from the movie. Oh, okay. All right. So you're going to be posting an image, but you're just letting me know it's safe. Okay. Yes. I don't know. That looks pretty sketchy. Looks pretty sketchy to me. All right, here we go. Holy smokes. Is that actually how many Power Rangers there are now? Holy crap. How have I not known about this? Whew. Well, all right. There we go. That's insane. If I had only known how deep the Power Ranger lore went, I feel like I've been missing out on something my entire life. And maybe this will be the link that makes me feel complete. Maybe. Maybe. And this is just seasons 1 through 34. That's crazy. I like how different but similar all the costumes are at the same time. Like, they all look... Like, just looking at the image, they all look the exact same. And then when you actually look at them, you're like, but they are different. That is really cool. I like that. Huh. Well, there we go. Absolutely fantastic. The ones dead center are the OG. Oh, really? I was trying to look for them. Dead center. It's like these guys right here. If you want Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they are back left. I thought I recognized them back here. Yeah. Yes, you got these guys right there. But then these are the OGs that have like the little, what was that, little compass? What's going on there? Like these guys with like the little circle with the, I don't know, I'm gonna call it a compass. A little compass on there. Just says he's back. Oh, good. Welcome back. It's rather a nice night out, actually. I do not believe you for a second that it's a nice night. I would believe that it's very cold, but back in a bit. No worry, Loki. No worry. Yeah, that is crazy. Jesse, did you know about this? Did you know how many absolutely freaking Power Rangers there are? I had no idea there were this many. If you would have asked me, I would have said maybe like 12. Maybe 13. Oh, back a bit. Sorry. Back from there is the original Sentai. Okay. So back from here, the one with the wings. Man. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, that's crazy. I like this guy, though. He's cool looking. I like it. All right. Well, yep. I know what I'm going to be doing with my life now is catching up on something I had no idea needed catching up on. Jesse, you knew? I guess I was just out of the loop then. Also, the one we got was basically an edited clip show, too. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm gathering. It sounds like we kind of got like this horrible version when Japan had the best. You didn't even wear a jacket? All right. Now you're just showing off. Flesh of Dust, I only remember the ones with the triangles. Yeah, exactly. Those are the only ones that I remember. But apparently, we've been missing out our entire lives on freaking, what is it, 40 some odd seasons of Power Rangers. So we got some stuff to catch up on now. It's negative 40 C. Negative 40 degrees Celsius. Where the freak are you, Flesh to Dust? That is so cold. That is frigid. It gets down to like 45 and I'm like, it's chilly. Canada? Okay, all right. That makes sense. Story checks out. 40 C. Whew. That is cold. I thought I grew up in a cold spot. Mountains of snow. Yeah, I believe it. With that kind of temperature, I would bet that anytime it snows there, it doesn't disappear for a very, very long time. Yes, like I'm from Utah. Here, let's google.com. We're gonna go to maps. We're gonna go on a random side tangent, and then we're gonna get straight back to all of this fun stuff. Here we go. All right. Let's zoom out a little bit here. All right. So I grew up right around. Okay, yeah, you can see it. There's this town in northern Utah. I guess technically I grew up in this area here. So Garland, Tremonton, this area here. But Logan, it actually has a mountain, and I can't remember where, like a little hill just outside of the city. And I cannot for the life of me remember where it is, but it's apparently like the coldest spot in Utah. I guess it's cold. 0 C. Yeah. It is cold here, right? Let's pull up the weather app, right? So if we pull this up, I mean, you can see it's cold. Yeah. So it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like, yeah, it's 0 degrees Celsius, but still negative 40 degrees Celsius is absolutely insane. So yeah. So if we come over here to Logan and we go, not precipitation, temperature. Here we go. Yeah. So Logan. Yeah, so right now in Logan, yeah, 28 degrees Fahrenheit, so whatever that would be in Celsius. Yes, I swear there's somewhere around here, and maybe I'm just not looking in the right places. Up in the mountains is even worse, 19 degrees Fahrenheit, so whatever that would be in Celsius. I don't know. I've never known how to do the conversion for Celsius. Here we go. Click to switch. There we go, Celsius. Okay, yeah, so in Logan it's -2. That's where some more of my family lives. -1, -3. They come down here to where I'm at, closer to where I'm at. Okay, come on. There we go. All right, yeah. So it's -2 Celsius, -5 over there. Anyway, good times. So it's cold here, but definitely not that cold. Definitely not that cold. That's what my wife's winters were like. She was from coastal Canada. All right, very nice. Coastal Canada, yeah, that's I say very nice. I don't know why I said very nice. That is very cold. -2 sounds very yeah, -2 compared to -40. That would sound nice. I do not do cold well, which is crazy that I still live here in Utah. I should be somewhere else, somewhere more tropical and warm. Yeah. Loki, I still cannot get over the fact there's 49 seasons that I have somehow been missing. That is just absolutely insane. Wait, can you like stream all 49 seasons somewhere? Or do you have to kind of like do this whole, subscribe over here to watch seasons 1 through 7, then subscribe over here to watch seasons 21 through 28 and that kind of thing? Or is it actually like in one place you could actually watch? If it's even on a streaming platform at all. I would assume so. If it's still going, it's got to be popular enough to still be streaming. There are websites that have them all. Well, I mean, yes, there's websites that have everything you could ever want. Just on the stream, mentioning legal means of actually watching the show. Chemistry says, in Poland, we don't get any snow in December, and January, we had above 0 C for like 7 weeks in these months. Wow. Yeah, it's, now is that always, or just this year you didn't get much snow, or any snow in December and January? Because if that's the case, it was the same thing here in the United States. Or at least where I'm at, it was a very, very dry winter this year, which kind of sucks. I like the snow, but I hate the cold. It's a weird oxymoron, but yeah, it's been kind of sad because then it's just cold. Like at least if there's snow, it's a little more enjoyable, but when it's just cold, it's terrible. We have snow for 6 to 7 months every year. See, that's way too much for me. I'm like, if it can be cold and snowy for like 2 to 3 months, I'm happy. That's great. And then I want you to switch to warm and sunny again. Second or third year in a row. That's a lot of years to not have much of any snow at all. Yeah, this year was very dry for us. Last year, though, was absolutely insane. Yeah, when the snow started melting because there was so much, there was so much flooding going on. Like, it was so much snow. It was bad. I want a good middle ground. I don't want so much snow that it melts and floods everything, but I do want just enough to where, like, it's just not cold and gray and brown and bleak outside. All right, so we now need to make our buttons. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's do, do we need to have another event with parallel processes? So this one is the move, which we will always need the move process working, so we can't use this one. This is the dice move. We could use this, but just to keep it clean, I'm not going to implement it in here. The monster animations we need running in parallel. So yeah, we need a new, this is going to be just buttons you can click. No, let's just, this is going to be cards, right? Yeah, this is just cards. There we go. This is going to be the card event. This is for you to draw, attack, and all that fun stuff. Cool. So Chemistry Nick, do you guys usually get snow though over in Poland? I am not very familiar when it comes to European weather, so you'll have to forgive me. Yeah, I thought that Poland would usually get fairly cold in the wintertime, which I guess you can be cold and not snowy, so. So over here in this section, we have the, so that's dice move. Right here, we already have these buttons. So let's just grab these and use that to get what we want. Over here. Ooh, excuse me. Got a vent right above me that's like blowing on my face whenever it turns on. And sometimes dust will come down from it and ooh, messes me up. Oof, excuse me. Okay, so this is the X and Y variables that we need to grab to be able to actually interact with the button. So let's grab those coordinates. It's going to be from there. Okay, we're looking at 408, 628. 408, 628. All right, so we can use the exact same X and Y positions for the previous buttons, which is fantastic. That is great. Yeah, in February and March, but I remember when I was little, like 5 or 6, we had snow in May. Oof. Yeah, the weather, there's so much fluctuation. It's kind of crazy. Because yeah, I remember back when I was a kid, there would be years where we had literal feet of snow. And as a kid, it's kind of fun. And then we would have years where it was, you know, mid to late December and I was still wearing shorts and a t-shirt and I was totally fine. So, you know, the weather will fluctuate as it does, but I don't know. It is sad on the years where it's like the winter just doesn't winter much, or the summer is just like way too hot and you're like, all right, let's dial it back down. That's why I really like spring and fall, because for the most part, it's usually pretty mellow and mild, and I like that. I like mild weather. I'm like, if it could just be highs of like upper 70s and lows of like 50, 60s, I'd be sold. It'd be perfect. It'd be the perfect weather. But alas, there is no such thing. Okay, so when you are hovering over this, we're using 35 and 36, right? 35 and 36. Yes, perfect. Okay, so you are going to show, oh wait, I think they should be showing at the exact same coordinates, but just to be safe, let's grab that. So it is 560 and 660. Okay, so we can use the exact same events here. So picture 35, you are going to be draw 2, so that's the hover state. If you are pressed, turn on draw button pressed. Button 3, you should be the pressed button, cool. And then if touch input is released, so if you stop clicking, and then if current room monster is greater than 0, I don't think we need to, well, we also need to add, I just realized this, so we need to add a condition. So if current room monster, so 94, so if 94 is greater than or equal to 1. So you don't want to be interacting with these buttons at all if there is not a monster in the room, because there's not going to be monsters, and that would kind of mess it up a little bit. Chemistry says, I love fall. In spring, I have hay fever. Ah, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, it gets pretty bad here in spring as well for some people. I have only had issues with hay fever and other allergies like once in my life, and it was the absolute worst thing in the world. I don't know where it came from, and I don't know why it suddenly left. But yeah, there was just like 1 year randomly when I was like 21 or something like that. And it just, the entire spring, I was just wiped out. Like, could barely open my eyes, crazy sinus congestion, like absolutely terrible. And then just the next year, just nothing. And super weird. But yeah, completely understandable why you would not like spring if you've got bad hay fever. Flesh of Dust, we have only 2 seasons, snow and no snow. Yeah, that sounds about on par for Canada. It's just yeah, lots of cold, lots of cold. Sounds very similar to Montana, which I guess would make sense. It borders Canada. But yeah, I had a my cousin used to live in Montana years ago, and yeah, their winters were very, very wintry, and it would last until sometimes like into June. They would still have snow on the ground, and yeah, then they would have a couple months of warmer, and it was nice. And then a couple months after that, it was back to the snow. So, Chemistry says, my classmate said that in 10 years, we would have snow in summer and summer in winter. Yeah, I feel like people have been saying that for a while. Hasn't happened yet. I'm not going to get political right now, but I don't know. I am one to say the climate definitely changes. I don't think we have as big of an effect on it as some people think. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying anyone else's opinions are invalid, though. I'm just saying, in my very short lifetime, I have seen the weather change quite a bit one way and then the other, so... But, I'm not going to say anything, I'm not going to deny anything, we're not going to get political here. Just saying, you know. Moment, gotta go for a few minutes. No worries, Blobtick. Hopefully everything is all right. And we'll see you soon. All right, so we've got the draw button, you've got the hover state, you've got the pressed state, and then when you release, if the then turn draw button pressed off. And then we're going to, so if current room monster is greater than 0. So if there is a monster, well, we shouldn't even have to check for that, because if there is a monster, then we would do that. So let's get rid of that. Check, turn on, draw cards. Let's actually do this first. Let's actually do, we're gonna grab this one, just so that it's not being highlighted, because we're going to turn on draw cards, else draw button pressed is off. Yes, okay, that should be right. So that should be that. And then when draw cards are on, we're gonna set a new page, new switch, draw cards. I should have checked to see, there we go, draw cards, switch number 6. Okay, so this is where we're going to actually draw the cards, but first, we are going to, oh yeah, then in here, at the end of this, control, switches, turn off, draw cards. There we go. All right. Just says, summer is brutal for me. I melt like a snowman. Yeah, summers can be the absolute worst thing in the world. I think the worst thing about summers for me is trying to sleep when it's hot. Absolutely terrible. But it's also a nightmare to pay for AC to make it a comfortable temperature. So, you know, it's a kind of pick your battle type thing. Do you want to sweat all night, or do you want to have a crazy high electricity bill because you had the AC on all night? Okay, so if we come over here and we find a monster, we should be able to hover. There we go. And we can click and release and click, release. There we go. Button is working. Perfect. Let's also, I just need to change the HUD elements really quick for just a moment. We're going to come in here and get rid of, we don't want to show, we just wanted to say draw. Yes. So let's get rid of that. There we go. Now it just says draw. Bulb Turtle, welcome back. Glad you could be back. Okay, so we got draw. And then on the attack, we can also get rid of this variable. So it just says attack. Go, perfect. Game's looking good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I feel like my voice just kind of cracked and squeaked a little bit right there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're making progress. It is moving along. All right. We also need to change. I just realized there's more that we need to change. Let's get rid of that and refresh. Let's come down here to attack and let's get rid of that and refresh. Okay, now if we were to full screen that and then we refresh that and we come over here, there we go. We have the draw button. Click and it's all good to go. Fantastic. Let's get the attack button in now. So that's the draw button. We are going to paste that and we're going to say, let's grab the new coordinates. Just says, that reminds me of when we had that heat wave in July or August. I ended up with almost $300 electricity bill. Holy crap. That is a huge electricity bill. That sucks. That is horrible. I am so sorry. Yeah, it can be an absolute killer sometimes. For some reason, our heating bill in the winter is the absolute worst. Our electricity bill, I try to keep it, it's a little hot in our house sometimes during like peak summer, but I'm like, you know what? I don't want to pay too much. So yeah, in the wintertime, it's terrible. Like we keep our house at like 68 to 69 degrees and our gas bill is like $200 every month. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Why is it so much? Absolutely terrible. Okay, so 648 and 628. So this is 648 and 628. Oh, there we go. 628. We're good there. And down here we've got 872, 692. 872, 692. There we go. Okay, so that gives us that. This is the attack button. So this is the hover state. So let's come over here and grab, because we already have it. No need to do anything, any searching. So if we just paste that there, this is the hover state. Goes to a lighter color. This is the pressed state. So it goes down and it's still a lighter color. This is the non-hover state. That. And then we do that. Okay, then do we have to change any of these? So this is if pressed. Draw button pressed is on. So 7. Oh, that's right. We actually do not. Wait, no. Sorry. We do need attack button pressed still. Yes, we do still need that. Okay, turn on attack button pressed. Turn off attack button pressed. Turn on draw cards. We do not want to turn on draw cards. There's going to be another switch. Draw cards, player being damaged. Rating hero typing. What were we doing when you would attack? Let's check and see that. Over here in the attack, when you release, press, turn on that. If released, turn on B. Then B turns on and it does all this. Okay. Fair enough. So in here, we could, well, yeah. All right, we'll just use the self switch for here. So don't turn on attack button pressed. Oh, attack button pressed. Wow. Okay. Whew. I was a little thrown off there. Okay, so draw button pressed is off. Yes. Okay. So don't do that. Just do control self switches. Turn on A. Then attack button pressed is off, and button attack 1. There we go. Okay, so that should give us the. Come over here and find a monster. We got the attack and the draw buttons. We can click, move off, blah 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 blah, and there we go. Cool. Both buttons are animated. Fantastic. Flesh Dust, lots of parallel events. I'm glad it does not cause lag though. Yeah, there are a lot, and there's going to be so many more than this. This is just the beginning, because yeah, this is what we used to have. I'm hoping to have less than this, because I've already combined some of these into a singular event. So hopefully I can reduce this, make it a little bit more efficient. But yeah, luckily it does not cause too much lag. I'm sure that if I had way more, it would cause lag. I actually know that it would. As soon as you have like 20 running at the same time, you can start running into issues on lower end computers, and I'm trying to make sure that you can play this on any kind of computer, so gonna try and avoid that. But just says I got to use the AC if it gets too hot because I melt, but also the guinea pigs and ferrets don't do heat or cold well. That is a fair point. Yeah. Ferrets and guinea pigs. I had a roommate once that had a couple guinea pigs, and yeah, they absolutely hated it when it got too hot. So we kind of had to keep our house a little bit cooler in the summertime then. So much fun. They were actually super cute. I liked them. I liked them. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't skip out on any chats. I don't want to ever ignore anyone if they're chatting. So if you ever say anything and I don't respond for a while, I promise I will get there eventually. Okay, so we have the buttons working. Now we need to actually have it be so you can draw the cards. So how are we going to do this? The way that I had it before was very manual, which we could just copy and paste it. So I don't know if there's really going to be a way for me to make it more efficient because of how I want to basically have it function. So this is the attack. Where is, okay, card draws. Yeah, it's not great. Oh man, yeah, I forgot about all of this. Oh, wow. This is everything I currently have for the card draws. So each one of these, this is for when you're drawing the cards, right? So this section here is if you enter a dungeon, it automatically draws cards for you. And then if you've drawn 2, it draws a 3rd card, draws a 4th card, draws a 5th card. And the reason why I have to have all of these in different, like, separate functions is because it's moving every single currently drawn card. And I think I may actually still just use this, because while it's not efficient, I don't know if I could really make it more efficient. But then this guy here, this is taking into account, so this stuff right here. So basically, when you draw card number 3, it checks variable 39 if it's greater than 2 and less than 10. So that basically, as long as this is not a face card, if this is just a value card, so between 2 and 10, it applies the value of the drawn card to what the card 3 value is. But if it is greater than or less than, or if it's greater than or equal to 11 and less than or equal to 13, so if it's a face card, Jack, Queen, or King, then it just sets the value to 10. Because in Blackjack, face cards are equal to 10. They have a value of 10. And then if you're equal to 1, so if you're an ace, then it sets it to an 11. And the reason why it then sets it to an 11 is because all the way at the very end, it then checks for your soft hand. So the soft hand in Blackjack, the way it works is if you have drawn, like, let's say your current draw value is equal to, like, I don't know, 15. And if you draw an ace, which an ace can be either a 1 or an 11, or 1 and a 10, or 1 or a 10. What is it? I think it's a 1 or 11. What is... Okay, 11 or 1. Okay, yes, that's what I was thinking, but I was like, is that actually right? Yes. And so then in here it comes and does the soft hand. So then it basically is checking every single card for the value. So it's trying to see if it is at anything above where you would bust. The soft hand would then reduce the value of the ace down to a 1. So instead of being 15 and jumping up to 26, you would instead just be equal to 16. So, Robbie, hello, welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. I I think your chat just came in not too long ago. Hopefully I didn't miss you. Hello, welcome, welcome. Glad you could be here. Flesh to Dust, I believe it's 1 or 11. Yeah, I think that's right. I believe that is correct. So, yeah. So that's what all of this is doing, is it's just checking your hand to see what your current total values are, see if it needs to change into a soft hand. If it does change to a soft hand, but you still bust, then it, it busts. And then it does all of this stuff and yada, yada, yada. So I think we are just going to keep this whole thing and just keep adding to it. So, Robbie says, so much snow. Is it snowing a lot where you're at, Robbie? We were actually just talking about snow not too long ago. Yeah, we're chatting about snow, and it's a good time. Well, I guess if you have a lot of snow, then maybe it's not as good of a time. Okay, so I think what we need to do is just grab from there to there. We're going to come over here, and in here, draw cards. We're going to do that. But I'm going to grab this stuff, cut it, because when you enter the dungeon or enter the room on the floor, and if there is a monster, it automatically draws 2 cards. So come over here. Shows the buttons. And then it's going to do this. Draw card. So draw card 1, draw card 2, and then don't exit event processing, and don't turn on A. All right, there we go. Perfect. Flesh to Dust says, Blackjack in a dungeon against monsters. Very interesting. Yes, yeah, that is how the combat mechanics are going to work in this game. So you're playing Blackjack against the monsters, and the monsters have an armor class, and the armor class is basically what you're trying to draw up to, but not, well, you can go over their armor class. So you're trying to draw up to their armor class without going over 21. That's how it's currently working. I'm still trying to decide if I make it so that you're actually playing Blackjack against the monsters. Kind of make it actually more classic Blackjack, right? So the monsters are basically the dealers, and so long as you actually survive against the dealer, then you do damage to them. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I like both ideas, and I'm not sure which one to actually go with. But I'm thinking for now, we're still just going to stick with the monsters have an armor class, and you are trying to draw at or above that armor class to be able to attack without busting. So that is what we're going to do. Okay. So I think then, so over here, we do draw cards equals 2. Exit event processing. So it turns on A. So we cannot rely on A then to do the attack button. So let's do B, I suppose. Yes. So cards drawn +1 turns on A. So on A, we need to grab. You know what? I'm just going to copy this thing. Just come over here to the tomb. That way I have it in the same spot and I don't have to keep going back and forth. Flesh to Dust says, you and I are both making card games. Mine will be a multi-year thing, however. That's awesome. Yeah, no, card games are a lot of fun to make, honestly. So, yeah, I can't remember. And I apologize if you have talked about your game a bit, but I do not remember what kind of card game you're making. Have you talked about your card game at all? If not, I want to hear about it. And my hope and my goal isn't that this will not be a multi-year thing. So it's that's the hope and the goal, is that this will not take too long to do, but I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. You'll send a screenshot? Sweet, yeah. I would love to see it. Love to see what you got going on. Okay, so draw card 1, draw card 2. We don't need this, we've already cut that. Actually, we don't need this page at all. That page is done. So card draw. Oh, that's Right, crap. Maybe damage system like in Dungeons and Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. I don't think I've ever heard of that, but now I feel like I need to look it up just to make sure I'm not accidentally copying them. Ooh. All right, what do we got here? Battle your way through a seedy tavern filled with gambling-addicted townspeople in this blackjack roguelike adventure, from aces and face cards to tarot cards, business cards, and more. Create your unique deck to beat the house. All right. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah. So, wow, at 26. Jeez. Interesting. Interesting. All right. My only problem with looking at games like this is I'll start seeing things and I'm like, ooh, I want to do something like that, but I need to not do that. Loki says it's Balatro, but Blackjack. Yeah. This is giving me those kinds of vibes. That is interesting. I do like the way that they've done this, though. It's really cool. Yeah. So something kind of similar to that. Yes, absolutely. Just with more of like the dungeon exploration aspect. Very cool. I like it. Flesh of Dust. Here it is. It is like Hearthstone mixed with Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I do remember you mentioning that. But yeah, I don't think if you had ever sent anything. Ah. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. All right. So let's see if just looking at it, I can break it down. So obviously you've got your player stats here. So you got your HP and your skill points. Let's see. I'm guessing this is like your player card. The art should hopefully improve over time. Do not worry about the art at all. I mean, first of all, what you've got, I honestly think looks fantastic. It is very reminiscent of like old school, like SNES RPGs. So if you even stuck with this, that is not an issue at all. Then you got HP and SP down here as well. So is one of these the player and then the other like an enemy or something like that? Let's see. And you've got like all the different card decks. Your weapon is Searing Great Sword. The bottom is the player stats and the top is the opponent stats. Okay, all right, yeah. Opponent up here, player down here. You've got your weapon. All right. I like it. I feel like the color palette is really nice. Like it's not too much, but the colors are like just enough to like you can. They're all very discernible colors, which is nice. But they're not like in your face, you know, blaringly bright and terrible. So yeah, absolutely love that. Middle is the field. All right. Yeah, I really like this. I think this looks really cool. Okay, so you play your cards here. The enemy plays their cards here. Gotcha. Okay. Your deck and discard zone, and your opponent's deck and discard zone. Yep. Very nice. Okay, so this is like a proper deck builder that you're putting together your deck and you're building stuff out here. I like it. That is really cool. So how long have you been working on this project then? So I kind of forgot. I'm also going to need to do this. So maybe. Crap. Yeah, maybe what we need to do then instead. All right. Yeah. Let's do this then. Let's delete that. Let's just recopy you and put you here. And then instead of here in the beginning, when you enter the room, instead of doing all of this, all you're going to do is, let's get rid of all of this. And then it turns on draw cards, because draw cards is going to be this, which if we then come over here and we just copy that, put that here, there we go. Fantastic. Then it turns on A. And I think at that point we should just be able to, you know what? I was about to start copying and pasting all of these event pages, right? It's gonna be so much faster if I just copy this page, come in here and paste it. And then we copy this, paste that there, delete that page. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, so then if we delete that, and then we set that to action button, we should still have all of the exact same functionality, but we should now be able to do something like this. We can find a monster room. There we go. So it draws the cards. Fantastic. Then we can draw again. Draw again. Then we bust. There we go. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see. Flesh Dust says, I've been working on it for about a year. All right. So you got a good chunk of time under your belt now. It was longer, but I restarted it after my MV files corrupted. Ooh, that is a terrible feeling. I've only experienced that once with an actual MV project, but any data loss, that sucks. I restarted it MZ because it being a 64-bit program, the engine can use more than 2 gig of RAM. For reading events, my events were quite long and caused it to crash. That is, yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. I have run into that before where, yeah, the event just gets way too long and it just will not function anymore. So completely understandable. Man, well, I would say that it is looking absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I would love to see more about it as you progress and as time goes on. So always feel free to share and talk about what you're working on. Okay. So at this point, when we leave the room, we now need to... It's already set to erase picture 35 and 36. You'll keep me in the loop? Good. I want to keep hearing stuff. I want to keep seeing updates. Absolutely. Would love to keep hearing about it. I already told it to erase picture 35 and 36 when you leave the room. So why, when I left the room, did it not delete those pictures? That is peculiar. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Okay, so when you leave the room, it needs to say control variables, set current room monster to 0. You've left the room. There we go. Okay, so here we go. If we leave the room. All right, never mind. I thought I knew what I was talking about. I do not know what I'm talking about. Why? Maybe what we need to do is turns off current room monster. That's what this guy's going off of. Current room monster is greater than 1. Do all of this stuff. So let's say current room monster equals 0. What if we just wait for like 1 frame? I feel like that's gonna fix it. But let's see what happens. Yeah, okay. So we needed to wait for a frame. Fair enough. So what else do we need to do? So when you leave the room, we also needed to erase the card pictures. So how are we going to do that? Well, the card pictures are image layers. (23 through 29). Okay. Let's erase pictures. 23, 4, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, that should take care of the cards that are drawn. So if we come over here, find a monster room, go, and then if we leave, just get rid of all of this stuff. Fantastic. Lastly, excuse me, we need to change the cards drawn from whatever its value is. Crap, where would that be? I should have looked that up. You are 34. Variable 34. You 34. Right, there. Set you to 0. Okay. That should be good. Chemistry Nick says in D&DG, you play Blackjack. If you get example 20 and your opponent gets 17, you deal 3 damage to him. When someone gets above 21, they bust. It resets their points to 0 and locks their action. The limit can change with usage of cards. Also, if you get Blackjack, some cards give you bonuses like hearts heal you, clubs deal damage, bonus damage to opponents, and many more. Nice. What if 21 deals a critical hit? That is a great question, and it does. So right now, the way I've got it set up, so right here in the initialization, it is setting, I guess it should be setting. Well, that's not good. In the original initialization over here, it sets Blackjack, wherever it is, to equal 1. So that is the multiplier. So I should probably, over here, well, I guess it's initializing over there, so never mind, we're good. So yeah, so we'll set it in here as well. So turn on, set Blackjack to 1. And then when you're drawing the cards, so right here, there is a check on the very end. So you got the bust check, and then you've got, where's Blackjack? Somewhere in here. Oh, that's right. It would check on this very first one. So it checks to see. So you draw the cards because Blackjack is you drawing 21 on the first draw, right? So Blackjack is only on if the first 2 cards you draw is an ace and either a 10, jack, queen, or king, meaning you got 21. That is when you get Blackjack. You can draw to 21 later on in the game, like later on in the hand, but that's not technically Blackjack. But it should be, all right, where? I know that I have it in here. There we go, it checks, okay. So if card total is equal to 21, then you get Blackjack. So Blackjack is then equal to 2. So that's the multiplier. So basically, if you get Blackjack, you're doing double damage. Yeah, so great idea, and it's implemented already. So you and I, same wavelength. Yeah, so if you get Blackjack, you do double damage or a critical hit. But yeah, that is actually, well, I actually don't think I'd be able to do that. So I was, and this is again why I try and avoid looking at or playing other card game RPGs like, you know, D&DG or Balatro, because I don't want to see something in another game that someone else has done and have me be either like, ooh, I want to implement that when I don't necessarily need to, or I don't want to steal people's ideas, right? So I've tried to avoid looking at Balatro, for example, for that reason, is because I don't want to get in there and see all of the, you know, great mechanics and things like that that are in that game, and then have me subconsciously steal those ideas later down the road. So I'm like, if I can just avoid it at all costs, then I will not run the risk of that, and I can honestly say I did not steal anything from any other game because I didn't even know that it was in that game. I don't know. We'll see if it's worth doing that, but yeah, that's actually some really cool mechanics. I do really like that. So I feel like that's a game that I'm gonna have to play after I finish actually creating all of this, because it looks really cool. I do like those kinds of games. And I like how with the Blackjack, like you were saying, Chemistry Nick, that yeah, with the Blackjacks, it does different things like healing you and dealing extra damage. So, which I do kind of already have the extra damage, but the healing is something that I've thought about maybe implementing something with the Blackjack for healing. So, sounds like they kind of already did that themselves. The only thing is, and I'm sure you've probably noticed it, the suits that I have on these cards are not exactly, they don't follow the regular card suits. And that's because originally there weren't supposed to be suits to the cards. Like, it was literally just supposed to be the numbers on the cards, and that's all that mattered. And then over time, it got to the point where there are now card suits, because those are what correlate to the spells. So I may actually re-implement the actual suits. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Anywho, okay, so where are we at now? So we have it to where you can draw the cards, come into a monster room. You got the cards that it draws. So now we need to actually be adjusting these bars. So let's start adjusting those. So the health bar, let's do the health bar first. Because right now everything's fine. You can keep drawing and things are great. I want to make sure I was just thinking about how we're going to show again the player's draw value. Yeah. I don't know, maybe. Chemistry Nick says, maybe if you draw fire cards, you deal bonus fire damage, but lower hydro damage. I like that. I do like that. We will have to eventually address how we're handling the different elements and things like that. Because right now you'll be able to eventually mix and match the spells. I don't know how many of you have seen the spell book, but if we come over here to the safe room, so in the game there will be, and this is just kind of like the rough idea of it, getting the mechanics actually working. There's going to be like a safe room, and the safe room is where you can buy and sell dice. You've got like your shop, you've got your quest book that you can accept quests, but then you've also got your spell book, and your spell book is where you can upgrade your spells. It's like you've got your Hydro spell, it does 1 damage. If I put in the 2 dice, it now does 2 damage. Or if I add another Hydro spell, it now does 4 damage. But you can also mix and match. So you've got your Necro, you can add a Hydro to your Necro, and you've got the Necro Hydro spell. And you can add a Pyro, so you've got Necro Pyro Hydro. And you can like mix and match spell elements. So eventually we will need to decide exactly how we're going to do strengths and weaknesses based on the spells that you are building. But yeah, so we will be implementing something like that with the fire cards and the hydro cards and things like that. And that would be, you know, like say for example, if your fire spell is just a whole bunch of pyro, if you come across you know, say for example, a Geo elemental monster, it's like the Geo slime, you would be doing extra damage against them because the pyro is strong against Geo. And then kind of like the vice versa, where if you had Geo and you're trying to use it against fire, it would do less damage. Yeah, so basically in the spell book, the way it works is everything to the right of the spell, it goes strong on the left, weak on the right. So Pyro strong against Geo, Geo strong against Necro. Sorry, there was like a weird like thud above me, which is weird because my wife and daughter are asleep, and then my phone buzzed and I was like, that's unsettling. Anyway, Geo strong against Necro, Necro strong against water, yeah, so on and so forth. So yeah, so we'll figure all of that out later. Spellements, as it were. Exactly, spellements. You will be combining your spellements. Anyway, yes, so that is eventually what we will use. Is you've got the spell book that you can then combine and make your own spells and all that fun stuff. But for now, it's just a damage based thing. We don't have any strengths or weaknesses with the actual spells themselves. So, actually, okay, speaking of that, let's actually go back here. For some reason, when I was looking at the visual here of the spell book, let's grab some dice from the shop. I was having a thought with the spell book, right? So you can add the different the different dice elements to the spell book, which will increase your spell damage. Well, sorry, I'm kind of going off of what you said, Chemistry Nick, about, yeah. Because the thing with the spell book is I want people to be able to, like, build the spells they want. So originally I was thinking, what if, depending on what elements you add to the spells, so if you were to add hydro to pyro, it could potentially weaken it, but I don't want that, because I don't want people to be like, oh, well, I can't put, hydro in pyro. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. That was, I had a weird thought in my head, and then I actually started thinking it out more, and I'm like, nope, no. I want people to build out the spells however they want, and then in time, introduce the elemental strengths and weaknesses, and let that do as it will. Okay, so right now, you've got the draw that is working. Fantastic. And if you bust, it redraws for you. Cool. And it looks like it goes back to the 2 perfectly. Awesome. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is the HP. So this is going to indicate how much damage we are doing to the monster, or how much we will do so long as we don't bust. So let's do that. So what do we need to do? We need a couple elements. So the first thing we need, if we come over here, we come into some random dude. That's a weird thing to say out loud. We are going to enter the folder titled some random dude, and we're going to go to the HUD folder and let's see, gauge backs. We do not need gauge backs. We need gauge images. Yes, so monster AC front. Let's grab you. The Pyro Geo Necro equals the fruitcake spell. Exactly. We're keeping with the fruits. What you do in your free time is your business. Thank you, Loki. I appreciate that. It wasn't until it actually came out of my mouth that I'm like, I actually just said that. I mean, it's not exactly what I said. It just sounds like that. And what it sounded like was terrible. So, okay. So let's come over here. Let's grab the lightest color on that color palette. Fill that in. I'm gonna save this as monster damage front. So this will be what we are using to indicate how much damage we are going to be potentially doing. So if we draw, card total value, that is what we need. So variable 35. Okay. Joe, let's come over here. Let's find a monster. There we go. And we will unfull screen this. You can see what's going on. Let's open this guy up, and we're going to say, let's see, hydro picture HP bar. Let's clone that. We will hide everything that's not needing to be shown. So this is the HP bar. Okay. What? Images HP bar. Oh, that's just the image. Okay, never mind. Let's delete that. We don't need HP bar. We need image gauge. That's the one. Clone that one. So that is the HP. Okay. This is not going to be, so current value is going to be variable 35, right? That's what it was? Variable 35, is that what we grabbed from here? 35, yes. Card total value, 35. And then the max value is going to be the monster's max HP. Yes. And then let's do, change you to monster damage front. So you should be the white. Perfect. I am now realizing that that is actually incorrect. That is the thinner version. So let's come over here. And we're going to, the monster HP front is the one we needed. So how tall are you? You are 8 tall and you are 4 tall. So let's do image height. The height is 200 pixels. There we go. Save that. Okay, now if we come over here, we find a monster room. There we go. Okay, perfect. Let's hide everything else. Wait a minute. It's not the card draw value. That is not what we want. Jeez, that's the card draw value. We want the attack value. Flesh Dust says, have you thought about adding an overlay that mimics scan lines from CRT TVs? I thought about it, maybe, but then I was kind of like, probably not. So there is a plugin that does that. So if this is gonna be another one of those adventures. So I'm just gonna pull up a new window here. So I have a plugin to do that. Let me just pull that up. Let's see if I can find it. So if we go to, oh, that's right. I'll have my flash drive plugged in with all of my random projects. Just get that plugged in real quick. There we go. All right, so if we come over here, what is it? Planetary Conquest. That's the one. Here we go. Here's another project I was working on. We're gonna go down a weird rabbit hole. Let's see, what is it? PC intro, old stuff. I think it's intro here. Yes, so you can see I've got scan lines going on, and things are very broken. I don't know what's going on here. Intro? I think this one's more accurate. There we go. Okay, all right. Here we go. There's the menu. So yeah, you can see there's a plugin I've got for scan lines that are working. So yes, I did think about maybe doing something like that. You should show off your old projects sometime. I have thought about that. I have many old projects to show off. Yeah, it's good times. I have far too many that I have like started. So yeah, it's like this one. I don't know if any of you have played games like this, where yeah, you like select your planet and then you like choose your destination planet, and it like, I think I actually have probably broken. Okay, yeah, this is broken. Anyway, it's supposed to, if you select the planet and then click on the next planet, it's supposed to, oh wait, there we go. Okay, no, sorry. I should have read my own tutorial. I have to land my ship onto the planet, and then it starts training units on the planet. And then once you have 10 units, we'll give it a brief moment. There we go. We got 10 people on the planet. Now we can go conquer this one because it's at -10. So if we do that, there we go. You can send your ships over and they all fly over that planet, and boom, you got your planet. You have now taken over that planet, and now they're growing more population. And then you move on to level 2. There we go. And then planets are blocked by other planets, yada yada yada. So you, anyway, I was actually kind of happy with how this one was turning out. and then I got burnt out on it. But anyway, yeah, so it's a strategy kind of game. So yeah, so basically the idea is once you get to the point of, oh no, okay, now it's broken. Yeah, so this is as far as I got in the tutorial, was here. Yep, okay. So when I select this planet, it thinks that I'm selecting that planet, and it sends the ships from that planet to that planet. Anyway, yeah, so planetary strategy type game. But then, yes, like you said, Flesh to Dust is a city builder. I then wanted to start making it more of a city builder. So basically, it would have been you have these planets, and the levels are you going and taking over the planets. And then when you leave that level, you kind of come back to like your home planet, and that's where you're like doing the actual city building. Anyway, all of that to say, yes, I had thought about doing scan lines because I have a plugin for it, but I don't think I will. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I do eventually. But for now, I'm kind of leaning more towards not. But we'll see. We'll see what happens as we get further along in the project. Maybe I will. Maybe there'll be other effects I decide to add over it. Anyway, so let's get into this. So we don't want variable, well, 35, because this is just the total card value. We want that for another spot, but not for the monster's HP. So what do we want? What we need to do. Oh man, okay, so how am I actually... Okay, so if you bust, that's when you get hurt. So how was I doing over here? Got the cards. We want this one. Attack button. Turns on B. Okay, this is attacking. Turns on monster hit, but this is not actually where it's doing the damage. There's another event called, what was it? Monster animation, spawn monster, hit monster. Here we go. So this is when the monster is being hit. It kind of shakes the monster, flashes them. Where is it actually doing the damage though? Tint picture, add to slay monster quests. Add to gain experience. Yeah, where am I actually attacking? This is just card draws. Soft hand, bust. This is the player being damaged. Dice move, player damage. Yeah, so this is just player being damaged. This is the player dying. All right, all right. That's the dice moving event. So if you attack, when you release, turn on B. This is if B is on. Current room monster is greater than 0. Turn on attacking. Card total value is greater than or equal to monster AC. Cards drawn equals 7. And if dead monster is off. It's a lot of things to be checking, but okay. Am I just not accounting for that yet at all? I feel like I would be. If cards drawn is equal to 6, turn on hit monster. Okay. So where is hit monster? There we go. Hit monster. Okay. Where is it actually doing the damage though? What? Then turn on dead monster. Going on a wild goose chase. Here we go. Okay, it's a script call. Oh my gosh. Okay, so set variable 67. 67 is what? 67 is monster HP. Okay. So set monster HP to equal monster HP minus 1060. What is 1060? 1060 is card 11 suit. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Spell slot 1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage, 4 damage. Okay, so those are the spell slots. Okay. I'm 64. What is 64? I am so lost in what I was doing. Okay, times blackjack. Okay, so that's blackjack. 1056 plus, or 1060 plus 1056. 1060 plus 1056, that's 1, 2, 1. Okay, so that's plus 1. What is 1056? 1056 is card 7 suit. What? Okay, so I thought for sure I had this working. That is very bizarre. So maybe we don't use this and we just create our own new thing. I think that might be what we do. Yeah, that might be what we do. So in the tomb, what do we got going on right now? So when you draw, I think when we draw, that's when we're going to add how much damage it's actually doing. I think it's going to be the best course of action. Well, no, because we wanted to do damage as it's attacking. Crap. Okay, so we're going to have to assign all of this stuff to a variable beforehand. Yeah. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, let's go over here to the card draws. Right here. So set the card value to a random between 1 and 13. Set the card suit to a random between 1 and 4. Okay. And then cards drawn plus 1. Okay. Cards total value plus card value 3. So we're assigning the suit 1 through 4, which would then correlate with the spell slot damage. So then at that point, it's just a matter of, well, the card value doesn't matter. The card value is just so you have an actual value to not bust with and to be over the AC. The only thing that matters is actually the card suit. So the card suit is actually grabbing the damage. Okay, so then what we need to do then is a script call. What variable do we have to work with? We've got... There's just a random empty spot somewhere. We can get rid of the fog because we're not using the fog anymore. So let's get rid of all of those. That'll free up a lot of slots. There we go. Okay, so right here, we've got draw damage running total. Call it that. 73. Okay. So 73. Right here. So game variables dot set value of 73 to equal game variables dot value 73. Okay, so this is setting 73 to equal 73 plus. So we need to grab whatever spell slot you have. So we need to be in here. Whoop, we need to be in here. And we need to say, so set 73 plus so spell slot damage is 1061. So I think if we say 1060 plus game variables dot value. So it's whatever the card suit, card 1 suit, so 1050. Okay, so let's go over this and just make sure we're doing this right. So it's setting variable 73 to equal whatever it currently is plus variable 1060. Wait, no. We need to then say plus game variables dot value 1060 plus that variable. So will then be a spell slot either 1, 2, 3, or 4, depending on what you have drawn here. And it's adding the value of that one. Okay, just to make sure. So right now, I don't believe we have assigned those to anything. So if we come over here, we refresh this, come in here, and we want to go to spell slot damage. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 0, 0, 0, 0 on 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we need to do is on the initialization, just for here, control variables, set spell damage. So we're going to say 1, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and 4 to 4. Okay, there we go. So now the spell damage slots should have at least something to them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we can now differentiate when we're checking to see and make sure it's adding correctly. Now, when is it adding again? So you draw the card, and it does this. So, okay. Yes, that should be it. It should only work for card 1 though, so we'll see what happens. Just said, sadly, I've got to get some sleep. I'm tired. No worries at all, Jesse. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Yeah, go have a great night. I mean, we're probably only going to be going for like another maybe hour or so. Yeah, hopefully by tomorrow, when hopefully you join again, we'll have all of the fun stuff working with the actual card draws and be able to attack. So thanks for streaming. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. It's always a good time. So I appreciate the positivity and the support. So thank you so much. Okay, so when we draw, it should add to variable. What was it again? 73? 73, yes. So let's see what happens. Okay, so it should add. Purple is, that should be a 3. Let's see what happens. It's a 4. I may have that wrong. No, that should be right. Purple should be... Purple is 4. Crap. Okay, well, on the bright side, it's working. Technically, we just need to rearrange some things because I want it to go Pyro, Geo, Necro, Hydro. I think I was putting this off because it's gonna suck, but is what we gotta do. So let's just do this real quick. Oh, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck so bad. But that's okay. That's okay. We've done worse things before, and we will do worse things in the future. Now, here we go. Okay, so now you are a 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 3-13. And these guys are 4-1, 2, 3, 4. There's got to be a more efficient way to do something like this. We've got to rename a whole bunch of files and the names overlap, and so you have to rename the old ones first. I guess what I could have done is I could have just copied or cut the cards that had the old names into a different folder, renamed the first ones, and then named the other ones. All right, yeah, that probably wasn't very smart, but card names can be annoying. One of my card names, for example, is 22016 card name. Yeah, they can be extremely frustrating, but you have to get it right, or else it just does weird things. So, yeah, and it just kind of depends on how you want to do it. So, you know, mine is just card to indicate it's card, and then the first digit is the value, and then dash just for simplicity and reading. It does make it more difficult to call upon when you're calling it in JavaScript. No. The first one is the suit, and then dash, and the second one is the actual card value. So, okay, well, with that, we should then be able to come over here, refresh that, and then if we move along, find a monster. Okay, so this card is a fire card, a pyro card, which should have an attack value of 4. So if we come in here, check the variables. On 73, it is 1. Perfect. Let's do this one more time. I just want to make sure we've had this before. Okay, so this should be a 4 again. So down here, 73. I mean, no. It's purple. You're a 3, not a 4. Perfect. Yes, you are a 3. Awesome. Okay, so it is grabbing that variable or that value correctly. So that means we should be able to, in here, was it the card draws? The card draws, yes. I'm going to make a comment just because I do not want to forget what this actually is. So we're going to say this is add card element ATK value to, what did I call that variable again? It was the, there we go, running damage total. Running damage, draw damage running total. Variable. Ooh, there we go. Okay, that way I know what this thing is doing and it'll be great. Mine is type 2/2 subtype /016 card number / card name. Oof, yeah. Keeps everything in order, especially when ordering cards in game. Yeah, and you have to keep that thing straight. You got to make sure that it's correct every single time, and that can be an absolute pain. So, yeah, it sucks, but hey, it's what you got to do. It is what you got to do. Okay, so the only thing I need to change here is, was it 1060 or the variable 1050? The 73 stays the same. 1060 plus, no, it's 1051. Because 1051 is card to suit. Awesome. Yeah, so the only thing I need to change is 1051. I guess I can just go off of that variable there. All right, cool. So we just copy and paste this and just change. You are 252. You are 1053. You are 1054. You are 1055, and I believe last but not least you are 1056. There we go. Okay, now we should be able to come in here. We'll full screen this again. Whoop. All right, so then if we grab, so this should be 4 and 3, so this should be a 7. 7, there we go. Come over here, let's find a monster. You are gonna be 7 again. Let's see. Okay, so this should be 4, 7, 9. 73 should be a 9. Okay, so it's working fantastically. Awesome. Good, good, good. So now all we need to do is if I unfull screen that, press F12, go into the HUD editor, we will hide everything that doesn't need to be shown. Come down here to the bottom. Current value is going to be variable 73. Refresh. 73 out of 68. What is 68? Is 68 the monster's HP? Oh, well, yeah, that would make sense. That would actually make sense because the HP is 6. Okay, yeah. So now that's the case. Let's come in here, and we are no longer going to have you be so many. It's just going to be ones across the board. No. There we go. All the cards will now do 1 damage, which is exactly what we need. And a monster. There's a monster. Perfect. There we go. It is not completely full anymore. It is just 2 out of 5. We press F12 and we hide everything and we come over here. Okay, so now we want to say the back image is going to be none. There we go. So it's transparent on the back. You are now going to be to the right instead of the left. Up. Right. What is happening? I don't know what's happening there. That was weird. Oh, crap. I forgot. I can't. Okay. All right. That should be fine. Should be fine. Try to get it pixel perfect. There we go. Okay. Oh, I also just realized we have to, over here, when you leave, we now need to say control variables, set 73 to equal 0. When you leave, any damage you had accumulated is now gone. Okay, so let's go find a monster somewhere. There's a monster. Okay, perfect. Let's hit F12. We're going to hide all the other HUD elements. Come to this guy. Set you to none. Fresh. That is so bizarre and very frustrating. I think it should be fine though if we do this. So if we select you, set you to monster HP back, refresh. Okay, and then what we need to do is in Photoshop, let's do this, delete that. And then let's save this as the gauge backs. I'm going to say you are monster HP back. All right. Okay. If we refresh that, come over here. Should be transparent, which it is. Awesome. The scale is weird. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. We full screen that. I don't know if you can see. There's like just the tiniest little red line right here. Well, let's see if we can fix it. Hide everything. Let's grab that guy and we go 1 over maybe. That should be all right. That should be all right. Okay, so what do we got now? What have we got now? Let's do. Man. Ow. Got a freaking like canker sore on the right side of my tongue. It's terrible. Makes talking really annoying. Just in case anyone was wondering. Not good. Okay, so that is showing the amount of damage you will be doing. So if I draw again, it should go up. Well, as long as I don't bust. Okay, so we need to fix that. When you bust, you are drawing, card draws, yada, yada, yada. If you bust, I'm gonna say control variables, set 73 to equals 0. Okay. Okay, so we go that. If we draw another one, it goes that. We bust. Go. Perfect. Yeah, so every time we bust, it should go down. Bloop, and bloop, bloop. So satisfying. So very satisfying. Let's also check this. I don't know if it's something we can do in here. If we check you, animate. So we got scale, rotation, and the X and Y offsets. Yeah, I was hoping we could do some kind of like pulsing thing so you knew what it was indicating. I think it should be fine though. I don't think we need to do that. Should be all right. Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. So now you can see how much it's doing. And then let's also do this. So we've got the HP right here, the 6. And then how are we going to do? So I kind of want to show how much it's actually reducing. So we could do something like where we just do -5, right? And we say -5. We could do a player, we could do like a character name. That way when they have like no name, it hides it. No, because then well, I still can't do a variable though. Maybe I can. Can I change names to variables? I don't know. Let's see. In the system, we've got player and quest 1. So in here, the intro map. It's the pictures. Set name. Yes. Let's do back over here in the tomb. We're just going to say parallel process. So game actors, actor 1, set name to game actors, actor 1, name plus game variables dot value. What if we say set it to that plus game variables value. What do we know will have a value? Blackjack will have a value, 64. All right, so we'll go off of 64 plus, yeah, 64. There we go. Flush Dust says, I will switch over to the YouTube stream now. I am glad there is 2. I'm glad there is too. Thank you for being here on Twitch. See you over on YouTube. All right, so we're just gonna wait for like 60 frames, and then after that, 999. So this should rename the player to -1. -1. Okay. So maybe we can do that. So what would we need to do? Let's copy that. Over here on the card draws. So every time you add the card element attack value to 73, at the end of that, you then need to, oh, come on. Grab the text instead. Hey, Mood and Wood Games, nice stream. Hello, hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try and keep it interesting on both platforms. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, why are you switching over to YouTube from Twitch? If you'd rather not say, that's okay. Just out of curiosity. Okay, so we're saying game actors, actor 1, set the name to -73, which should be the total value of how much damage you are doing. So if we copy that, then we just need to add that to every time it does that. Go. I don't keep Twitch on my phone because of bad women on there. That is fair enough. There are plenty of bad women, plenty of hoes over there on the Twitch. So, yeah, good thinking. Good thinking. Yeah, that's why I stream to both, you know, YouTube and Twitch. I try to make it so that when you need a when one doesn't work out, then hopefully the other one will. We also do not want to be changing player, so let's fix that. Spell names. Do I need to keep spell names? I don't remember if I do or not. Fire Spirit. I'm guessing. I don't remember which names I actually need and which ones I don't. So we got player and monster. I don't remember if I need these. I do need these though. I do remember that. Fire, spirit, water, poison. I feel like since these are old ones, I don't actually need these. But just to be on the safe side, we're gonna go with 120. This is going to be -+. We're going to say the profile is just going to be the description, which is showing how much damage you're doing to a monster. On PC, I have Chrome extensions to block tags and such, but on mobile, that is not possible. Yeah, I do wish they had a bit better filtering you could do on Twitch. I don't know why. Well, I know why, because a lot of the people that others would filter out are the ones that make Twitch a lot of money. So it makes sense that they don't allow something like that natively, but still very annoying. Okay, so we can get rid of that, actually. And then I just realized I also still need to come in here. Oh, I've already copied and pasted that. Oh, crap. That's all right. 120 sets the name. Oops. Cancel. 120. End. Home. Copy. So all I should have to do is just do that, and that. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so that is doing that name, and then we need to show name 120 there. So do this, and we show, get rid of everything else. Player, copy that. Let's go find a monster so we can get that to pop up. Perfect. And here in the text, that, paste that, refresh, 5 player, and replace that with 120. There we go. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I kind of like it, but I also kind of hate it. I wish I could change the color of it. I think that's what I really want to do. I want to make this white so that it matches this. But I can't. So the plugin I'm using to be able to show elements on the screen, it's like the text and the gauges and things like that. You can only set, oh, that one. You can only set, so this is a singular element, and you can only set one color for that element. But you can't have like 2 separate elements that could then interact with each other. Because if I could, I'm trying to think of how to do this. Because I like it that as you draw, it adds more. Holy smokes, this is like the best / worst hand. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so I just drew 21 with 7 cards. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, I do kind of like how it functions like that, but I guess... I mean, that is pretty instant that it shows that. I don't know. What are we thinking? I like having it, but it almost doesn't seem like it's 5 minus 3. It almost seems like it's like 5-3, which is a little weird. Yeah, maybe we won't do this. Maybe we won't. That hub maker is nice. I make my menus all from scratch and use show picture events to go to the different menus. Yeah, I try and use like a combination of both for the most part. But yeah, the HUD maker is a huge benefit when it comes to dynamic numbers and things like that. Limitations can be a little bit frustrating sometimes, I will admit. Yeah, so I kind of go back and forth on some of my projects. Like with this one, there's a lot of HUD maker in here to show text and things like that for stuff that needs to change. But then I've got other more default stuff, like this is just an image. The quests, that's just an image. So, you know, I use both. So whatever it calls for at the time. Okay, well, I think we're going to not use this. As nice as it is kind of showing how much damage you're going to be doing, I don't think you need to know specifically how much damage you're doing, because you can kind of see it with this white part of the gauge. So let's come in here, hide everything else, come down to that. We'll just get rid of that player name. Yeah, don't need it. Don't need it. Red Eyed Streamer. Hello, hello. How's it going? It is going fantastic. We are making some great progress on our project. Finally getting the tomb set up more so you can finally find monsters and draw cards to then be able to attack. And yeah, making some good progress. How's it going for you? Hope you've had a fantastic day. It's looking good from what I see. Thank you. Yeah, it's a work in progress. We're making it. Yeah, we've got the dice now spawning throughout the dungeon that you can pick up and merge still, and you got the monsters that are now spawning. That was a weird bug. Huh. Interesting. I don't know what's going on there. So it draws the cards. If you leave and then come back, it's acting like it busts, but it's not. I don't know. That's weird. Very good artwork too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Everything besides the monsters and the player graphics right there are stuff that I made. The monsters I recolored and animated, but they are based on other monsters. So I guess I kind of made the monsters now at this point. Yeah, the player images I still need to make, so I'm just using just random player face graphics to fill in. So let's see. Thank you, and not too bad this way. Good. Glad that it's not too bad. Sorry that it's not amazing, but hey, sometimes all you can ask for is for it to not be too bad. Nice setup too. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, so making some good progress on these. It's fantastic, the amount of progress we've been making. It's a good time. Chemistry Nick over on Twitch. Gotta go to school. Bye-bye. Good luck, Chemistry Nick. Hopefully school goes well for you. It's, you gotta do it. You gotta stay in school. But, yeah, good luck. Hopefully it goes well. And yeah, hopefully we'll also see you tomorrow. Let's see, Red Eyed Streamer says, got that Shining in the Darkness feel to it, mixed with Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to go for, that old school RPG feel. So it's what I'm going for. We'll see if it actually pans out. Okay, this bug is going to bug me if I don't figure out what's going on here. Okay, so when you leave a room, that is so many monster spawns. Love that style. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Look at you coming in here with all these positive vibes. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know what's going on too easily. You are totally fine. No worries at all. Glad you could be here at all. Yeah, I mean, you know, also just kind of streaming at a much later time than usual. So, well, actually, I guess you weren't here when I had my afternoon streams. So never mind. This is, there's no excuse. Why are you late? Can't believe you, Devious Oatmeal. Being late for the stream. Cannot believe you. Neat watching someone else design live. Yeah, it's a good time. I have fun with it. Hopefully it's enjoyable to watch. Yeah, it's a good time. I feel like streaming the progression is, well, it's fun to get people's live feedback about what I'm working on. And I don't know, it's also just fun to chat while I'm working instead of just being alone in my basement while I do it, which, I mean, I guess I'm still technically alone with nothing but a green screen to keep me company. But yeah, it's fun to have other people to chat to while I'm doing it. That would eat me, they would eat me alive. What? Who would eat you alive? People watching? That's what you mean. Absolutely not. At least not these people. The community here is absolutely fantastic. Everyone here, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I would like to say that the community that we have started building here is top tier amazing. So everyone here is great to have in your company. So, but maybe other people in general. Yeah, I'm sure there are people out there who would be very rude and mean live streaming game development. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I know that it definitely sounded. I promise I'm not full of myself. I promise. I don't know. There's just some great people that are here in the community, and yeah, we have a good time. Okay, player being damaged is on. That probably shouldn't be on. Spawn dungeon is on. That is fine. New room, that's fine. Show HUD, that needs to be on. Okay. Why is player being damaged on, though? That should not be on by default, right? Okay, that's off. Good. So when does that turn on, though? When I get into here? Player being damaged is not. Oh, wait. So when I try to leave... No? Oh, okay, wait. I think I know what... Okay. It's treating it like it's busting for some reason. And then it turns on player being damaged. Okay, so obviously... So it does the animations here. So you've got soft hand, and then you've got the bust. And this is if B is on. What is turning on B? When does B turn on? So you got the card draws. So that is the draw button and the attack button. Draw card 1, draw card 2. Turns on A. Okay. And if A is on, does all of this stuff, turns on B. B is on. Start. Card total value is greater than 21, which is variable 35. Okay. So let's check this then. Let's full screen that so you can see a little bit better. We need to check variable 35. So when we come in here to the dungeon with the monster, 35 is equal to 20, which is correct. So you get a king and a queen. So if you leave, we're still equal to 20. 20. Card total value now. Oh, okay. I know what it is now. Okay, so when you leave the room with the monster, we need to also say control variables set 35 equal 0. I was not actually resetting the draw values. So when you left, it erased, it undrew your cards visually, but it didn't undraw them on the back end. So you still had your original draw value of king and 6, so 16. And then if you left, it wouldn't reset that value. So when you came back and it automatically drew your cards, that would now be 16 plus 20. So that's why it looked like the player was busting, because I was busting unintentionally. The front end was not. The front end technically was doing what the back end told it to do, but when you left the room, the back end was not doing what the front end was doing. So anyway, that is fixed now. Nice catch though. Yes, thank you. That was a weird one. I did not even think about that. The fact that when you left the room, you needed to actually reset that variable. Yeah. The problem with copying and pasting code, which for some of this stuff I am doing because we have had this set up previously, but I'm trying to redo it to make it more efficient and clean. So that is why that happens, because I copied and pasted most of the code, but not all the code, because I needed to clean it up a bit, and then I just accidentally left that out. Okay, cool. So now you can leave when the monster's there, come back, monster's still there, you can draw, it'll show you how much damage you're going to be doing to the monster. Awesome, fantastic. So I think the last thing we need to do is we need to here, we need to now be showing how much you've drawn compared to how much their armor class is. So let's hide everything else we don't need to see and then come down here to 14. So we're going to say, so that's variable 69. Nice. And then out of, okay, 14 out of 14. We're going to say though, oh wait, what is variable 69? Variable 69 is monster AC. So that is correct. 14. Okay, so we need the I know we have a variable for this. Card total value, I believe. Cards drawn is the amount of cards you've drawn. Card total value is the value of those cards. Okay, so 35. All right. So if we come over here, and we say you are 35. Refresh that. There we go. So you are at 13 out of 14. Awesome. Yes, that should be good. So let's do... So how else do we want to like visually represent this? Let's go find another monster room. Okay, so that's showing you how much damage you're doing. You are currently at 12 out of 14 on their armor class. So I need to get... How would we draw... We drew this up before. How did we have it? Okay, so we had it in yellow, but again, we can't do different colors or similar elements. I think it's fine if we don't do the different colors. 17 out of 18. Oh, that's right. That's what we were going to do. So we're going to grab... Let's see. We need to grab... Where would it be? Where would it be? Images, some random dude, HUD, gauge images, and then we need... I should need to delete all these other ones. Those are things that I'm not even using anymore. Anyway, monster AC front PNG. Yes, that is the one. I don't know why I double clicked on it. I just move it over to Photoshop. Yo. Also, Devious Oatmeal, how are you doing? I feel like I jumped straight into the berating you, and I shouldn't have done that. How is life going for you? How was your day? Red Eye Streamer says, red when almost dead, yellow for the middle, and green at full health. May look good, but could be wrong though. We could do that. So the reason why, so some of the colors are very specific, right? So the red, and nothing is set in stone, right? So we could do something like that, where as the HP is going down for the monster, it does change colors. We could do that. Yeah. That could be a nice visual representation. Yeah, and I kind of go off of like a percentage, right? So when the HP is at like, you know, between 60 and 100%, it's green. And then like 20 to 59% is yellow, and then 0 to 19 is red. Yeah. I might actually do that. That could be a good visual representation as well. Flesh to Dust says, I find it interesting how you do things in different events at once. I do things mostly one event at a time. I'll need to watch your old streams to see how it all works together. Yeah, I try and keep, and it's probably, I guess it depends on how you actually organize it. If you have a system, sorry about that. If you have a system where you feel organized, stick with that system. I just try and cram as many things as I possibly can into a single event and just break them all into different conditions. And I'm sure you've probably noticed it with this stream, is I will try and find as many. So like this event right here is initialization, the movement, and the transition animations. So all of that is happening in here. because it can all, none of it is running at the same time, right? So the initialization, right, it runs once, that's it. So the movement itself, you can only move if you are not doing all these other things. So it's like you can have this in the same event because it doesn't need to run parallel to other things. But you've got like the dice move where that will have to run parallel to other things. So anyway, so that's the way I do it. But if you have a system, stick with that system. Because yeah, you're going to find what's going to work best for you and what's going to be the most efficient. And that's what you should go with. DV Selma says, it's all good. Been doing good. Working on my stuffs at the moment too and listening. Nice. Well, thank you so much for joining while you're also working on stuff. Hopefully it's not too distracting while I'm sitting here chatting while you're also trying to get some work done. Okay. Let's see. And then Red Eyed Streamer says, don't blame you to keep same or yellow after hit. Either way, I feel will look good. I'm an overthinker. Bad. That is, no, I completely understand that. I also overthink way too much. So eventually we will get to the point where we're kind of polishing things and making the visuals look better, which may be when I implement changing the HP bar to different colors as it gets lower. But yeah, for now, I think we're just going to keep, so the white is indicative of how much damage you are going to do. If we draw again, it goes up even more, or I guess technically goes down even more. Yeah, so it kind of shows how much you're going to be doing, and then you've got what your current draw value is as opposed to what the monster's armor class is. So, Reddit Streamer says, I'm working on character walk animations as we speak. Nice. Yeah. Are you animating the character walk animations, or are you implementing walk animations? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding which part you're doing to ask if it's more of like a creative thing, or in the engine you're using, you're implementing the walk animation you currently have. Flesh to Dust, not Flash to Dust, says, for example, I use 2 common events at once, one for the functions and a parallel event for showing images. Works for me, but I do find it interesting how other people do things. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like if I were to watch you work as well, I would probably see things that I'd be like, that is an interesting way of doing it. And I mean, who knows? Maybe I would even see things that you do that would be more efficient than the way that I do them. Made the character, but now making him walk, creating from nothing type of deal. Okay, all right. So you're creating your own. So you're creating the actual visuals themselves and making him walk. Yeah, and from scratch. That is a huge feat. I am absolutely terrible at drawing characters and things like that, so I tip my hat to you for being able to get something like that working. My ability to create animated monsters is this. That's what I got. It's a very basic breathing animation. So, I mean, to be fair, I am trying to keep it simple. I'm like 3 frames of animation. That's all you got. And yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But that is the extent of my animation capabilities. So, yeah, not much to them. Using Game Maker Studio. Okay, I've considered using Game Maker. RPG Maker is kind of where I'm at with my abilities. So, but I do know that Game Maker does have some really great options and abilities for you to do things. So very nice. Very, very nice. One day I hope I can work with someone on a game, either the art or code. Yeah, working as a team is really nice. I've done it a couple times. It's nice to have someone else to rely on for certain things, so you're not doing absolutely everything. Yeah, it can be fun to work as a team. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, DV's Oatmeal uses Game Maker as well. So DV's Oatmeal's over on Twitch. Yeah, Game Maker, I've heard some really good things about it. Okay, so it'd be awesome to find the right 1/1s. Yeah, that can also be another very difficult thing, is finding the right kind of person to team up with, because everyone's drive, especially when you are used to being like an indie dev, like a solo indie dev. Trying to find someone that matches your drive can be so difficult to do, because either you're going to find someone who is not as driven as you, and it's going to frustrate the crap out of you because you're just going to be like, come on, like we're doing this, let's get on this. Or you're going to be the one that someone else is coming to you and being like, let's get on this, and you're like, I did this for like 7 hours today, leave me alone, I have other things to do in my life. So yeah, finding that good balance can be difficult, but once you do find someone, it can be a lot of fun. Always been alone? Yeah, so probably the best way to do this. This is what I would recommend. If you would like to try working as a team, find a game jam where they encourage or they require teamwork. Because a lot of times they will set up Discord servers where people can join in and they can look around and try to find team members, and then go that way. Try and find team members like that. That is what I would recommend. It can be a great way to find new people, figure out how you want to work with people, find out the kind of people you don't want to work with. And yeah, that would be the best way that I would suggest. I did that once where I joined. It was a game jam where teamwork was required, and they just set up a simple Discord server where they were like, join here. You can, say like you could like assign yourself a role. So you were like, this is what I do, and then you just kind of like, there were team leaders that like went through and like picked people. Finished a lot of games back in the day. They got lost due to a power outage and didn't make backups. Stopped for years and tried it again years later, but had to stop due to working mad hours. Now working on designing again, and Game Jam is a dream of mine, but checked out 3 times so far. Chickened out 3 times so far. Yeah, data loss, absolutely horrible. That is the worst feeling in the world. I sympathize for you. That is absolutely terrible. I have lost so many projects due to either power outages because of data that cause data loss, or hard drives crashing, flash drives crashing, things like that. Absolutely terrible stuff. So yeah, horrible feeling, but I'm glad to see that you are rising from the ashes again and still giving it a shot. Good. Because yeah, it can be terrible. It can be absolutely terrible to lose a lot of progress, but at the same time, you've gained experience, you have learned, you've grown. So it sucks to lose that kind of progress, but you still did gain experience and knowledge that you can then apply to whatever you're working on next. So, silver lining, that kind of thing. I'm my own worst enemy is the biggest issue I deal with right now. I get that. And the working crazy hours. Yes. That can also be a huge issue when trying to work on creative projects and things like that. So yeah, it's, I completely understand that. I work full time, and then get home, and I'm a husband and a father for a while, and then get to do this for a few hours, a few days a week. So, trying to find the time it can be very difficult, but there will always be time if you're willing to look for it. I feel I'm better now than I was then, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. You will always, even if you don't ever finish anything, if you whatever it is, so long as you are creating something, and then even if you just delete it and you're like, starting from scratch again, so long as you don't actually stop and you keep progressing, then yeah, you're going to keep learning, you're going to keep growing. Made myself learn a lot of coding, pixel art, animating better, and even learned a little 3D design, but love my 2D. Yeah, 2D for me is also, I'm like, there are some aspects of 3D that I'm like, I would not mind learning how to do this, but 2D, I'm like, 2D is yeah, that's my thing. All right, so we got the card draws basically completely done, it seems like. The monster spawns, I think the monster spawns we can probably say are good. The monsters are spawning. It is giving them all their stats. All of that stuff is, I believe, good to go. So yeah, I think we can say that the monster spawns are good. Now the card draws, those are good to go. The card attack is not good to go though. We have the button, and you can click it. It just doesn't do anything right now. So if we find a monster, you've got the attack button. You can click it, but yeah, nothing happens. Do we try to implement that now? Yeah, the stream. We're getting close to the end. Unfortunately, everyone, we are getting close to the end. It is getting late where I am at, and I have work very early in the morning. Oh yeah, it's a little past midnight here, and I've got to be up at 6 a.m. So, let's start. Let's start on it. Let's start on the attack. I feel like we should be able to utilize some of the old stuff we had before. This is the monster animations. Sorry, I just bumped my microphone. I don't know if you heard that. Very nice meeting you for sure, and I'll catch you on another live. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for dropping in, for hanging out and chatting. I really appreciate it. And yeah, feel free to join in on any of the other live streams. Try and do those a few days a week. I guess on YouTube I have it as my YouTube banner. It shows my stream schedule, so it's on there. And I try to usually schedule my next stream, my upcoming stream, in advance so people can see when it's going to be. Oh, you're still here, but you're going to let me do my thing. Okay, all right, sounds good. I thought you were heading out, so I was saying my farewells, my goodbyes. Okay, so this is the monster animation when they get hit. Dead monster, add to slay monster quest, adds to, okay, so I think we should probably, for the most part, just be able to copy that. And then over here in the tomb, let's see how buggy it is. My guess is it's going to be extremely buggy. What is that? I don't know if you can see that. There's like this ghosting thing going on. That's a good time. Pretty sure it's because of this. This is the animation of the monster. Yeah, I just realized. Actually, that shouldn't be that bad. So this is the monster animation, right? But I think if we just get rid of that, there we go. It's still animated. Sweet. Either animation or layer numbers. Yeah. So it was a layer issue technically, but then also it was a couple different things. So I had two events doing basically the exact same thing, but it was animating the monster on different layers. So you had image layer 38 and image layer 47. I think that I'm wanting to use image layer 38. So I'm probably going to change all of these to be 38. But then I think I can just delete this guy, since this is doing all the same stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, it's monster animations. We can delete this guy. Move that over there. Fantastic. Another nice catch. Yeah, thank you. It's kind of the reason why I'm redoing all of this is because my old scene was getting so buggy because I had done things so weird and not commented enough of my code to know what each thing was doing that I just had to start from scratch again. So, yeah, so I've already set all of this up before, just in a very buggy and unorganized mess of a way that I just was not able to add anything new to it because it was just so buggy and all over the place. Okay, so I believe that means yeah, I'm gonna need to change all of those. Okay, all right. Shouldn't be too bad. So let's just update all of these to 38. So Yeah, 38 is the new monster layer. Used to be 47, but yes, 38 now. Whoops. Should be good. Didn't picture 47. What is 47? Oh, 47 is the okay. Yes. Yes. So 38 is the monster. 48 is the attack animation, which I think we can just do 39. Yes. Okay. So 47 is 38. 48 is 39. Let's see if we can keep these straight the whole way down and actually make sure I don't mess any of this up. So 48 is 39. 47, 38. 48, 39. 47, 38. So then 38 on that. Erase 39. And 47 is 38. Okay. And then this is dead monster. This is the monster dying. Shouldn't have the animation anymore, so all the 47s are just 38. Go. Fantastic. Okay, we erase 38 and 39. Add display monsters, player XP plus monster XP. 35, 36. Okay. Current room item equals 0, 0. Okay. Turn on new room. Spawn monster is off. Okay. Now, why am I turning on new room? What does new room do? I don't think I'm using new room at all. Am I? I don't think that's the thing that I'm using anymore. So I think I can get rid of that. Pretty sure. We'll see. So right now, let's do this. So we've drawn those. So if we attack, doesn't do anything. Probably because we come over, where would it be? That's the dice move, monster animation, card draws. Here we go. Attack button. Card draws / attack. That way I remember it's over here. Okay, so then when you press it and then you release it, it turns on B. B is on. Don't turn on B. Don't do it. What we need to turn on is hit monster. So 14. So when you attack, turn on control switches, turn on 14. Hit monster. Okay, that should actually link that button to an actual function. So let's see if that happens. So if we attack, this should do 2 damage to the monster. Well, plays the animation. It's not actually doing anything though. So what is actually making the cards attack? This is drawing the cards. This is applying the correct values. Monster animation. I think over here we have player damage, dungeon move, Healing rooms. POV. Spawn. Room decor. Oh, we need to do room decor at some point in time too. Actually, let me add that. Room decor. We need to add that back. It's a big one. Okay, so what is actually making the cards do that? So current room monster. This is if B is on. Okay, so it's all of this. There we go. Let's copy that. Okay, then down here in the tomb, we've got this guy. Card attack. If you're released, I think we can just have this same event doing all of this stuff. What if we paste you here? Does all this stuff. Okay, right here, if you press that, so if current room monster is greater than 0, turn on attacking. Current room monster greater than 0. And then if card total value is greater than or equal to monster AC. And then if cards drawn is equal to 7. Okay, so it does all that. Turn on monster hit, cards drawn, -1. Okay, I think that should be correct. Monster HP, if it's less than or equal to 0, turn on dead monster. Okay. Let's see how buggy that is. If we find a monster and we do attack. Okay, it wasn't super buggy, but there's definitely some jank there. So it should do, so the monster has 4 health, and this should do 2 damage. So the monster should have half health left after I attack. Which I believe he does. It's this guy that we need to reset. Okay, so let's take a look and see. Let's hide everything else. Right here. So 73. What is 73 currently at? 73 is draw damage total. Okay. That's right. How am I gonna do this? I guess when we reduce the monster's HP, well, maybe just when you attack. For now, just for simplicity's sake, when you attack, we're just going to say control variables set 73 to equal 0. So it gets rid of that white bar. So when you come in here to attack, you got the white bar, right? It's right there, and then you attack. But it's not actually reducing the monster's HP. I also just realized, man, that's a big bug we're gonna have to fix. So this white line is always filling from the right side to the left. But we can't have that. So basically what we're gonna need to do, so we have the HP bar. and then this white bar goes over the HP bar. And then we're going to need another bar over the white bar, so that basically the way that it will visually look is if we were going to be doing damage to him, right, to the slime would be at 1 HP. I'm currently doing 2, so this whole thing would be white. Then we would have a bar that's the same as this back color all the way over to here. I don't know how I would do that. We'll figure it out somehow, eventually. But for now, the actual attack is absolute garbage. So when I attack, so it's at 5. If I do attack, it does the damage. Ignore the white bar for now. It is everything but useless at this point. So if I try and attack, though, that's the problem. Okay, so if you try and attack, $35.69. So we need to move you down to here. Yes. Is that the only thing that was going on weird? Not the only thing, but one of the bigger things going on weird. So if you attack, we needed to also not play that animation. Okay. If current room monster is greater than 0, it turns on attacking. But current room monster is going to be... Okay, why? That doesn't make any sense. It turns on attacking, and attacking does hit monster, dead monster, hit and dead monster. This is if hit monster is on. So the attacking switch, I don't think we need anymore. Okay. So let's get rid of you. We can also take this, delete this, do that. Oh, what is happening here? Why is it turning on hit monster here? That should not be there. Let's get rid of that. That should fix the that animation of it hitting the monster when the monster is not actually getting hit. Because all this should do, yes, all it should do is just flash the cards to let you know, hey, your draw value is not equal to or greater than the monster's AC, so you have to draw again. Draw, we busted, okay. We've now got a queen and a 9, which is a 19. So we have 19 out of 14, so we're able to attack. Bam, bam. Okay. Okay, for now, just for simplicity's sake, I am going to hide this thing. This white bar. We're gonna say, and I know you can't see this, but I'm typing some stuff, and game variables dot value. No, we'll just do game switches. Game switches dot value, and we're just gonna say, I don't know, 6,972 is true. There we go. That'll hide it. Now we don't have to worry about that freaking white bar anymore, throwing us off and making us second guess what we're doing. Okay, so with this draw, we are now at 20 out of 14. The monster has 7 HP. I should be doing 2 damage. So if I attack, it should do 2 damage, get him down to 5. There we go. He's got 5 HP. Sweet. And if I attack again, it should do another 2 damage. There we go. If I attack again, it should do another 2 damage. If I attack again, it should despawn him. And apparently I leveled up because my freaking XP. Okay, well that was only slightly buggy. All right, we're so close. Freaking bugs, dude. Okay, all right. Let's come in here just for kicks and giggles. Control variables, set monster XP. We want player XP. Player, excuse me, player XP max. We're gonna set to 999. Yeah, that'll make it so I'm not accidentally leveling up when I kill one monster. Let's go find let's go find one more monster to test this out on. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Guess I should have muted my microphone instead. Okay, we're live. Everything's fine. So we're at 13 out of 12, so we can attack. This will do 2 damage. There we go. We're at 12 out of 12. We'll do 2 damage, get him down to 1. We're at 14 out of 12. We can attack again. It should attack with 1 card, kill him. The other card should then be pulled back, and then everything should be good. Should be. Fingers crossed. There we go. Monster's dead. Fantastic. Now, if I leave the room and come back, is the monster still gone? Yeah, monster's still gone. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. And we got a monster over here. And we leave. There's no monster over here. Okay. But then if we try to attack when we're at 13 out of 14, you do not have a high enough draw value to break through the monster's armor class. So you have to draw again, and hopefully you don't bust. There we go. We got a soft hand, as we're now at 14 out of 14. We can attack. Bam, bam, bam. 21, we got a blackjack. High five. Look at that. Blackjack. Easy peasy. So, if everything is correct with the damage calculations, this should be doing double damage. And yeah, so I should be able to kill him with this hit. Let's see what happens. Bam, bam. Yeah. I love it when a plan works. And if I leave, come back, still no monster. Fan-freaking-tastic. Oof. That's making me happy. That is making me really happy that it's actually working. Okay, well. Yeah, it's working. As Anakin Skywalker would say, it's working. It's working. Cool. All right, well. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, it's so satisfying. I absolutely love it. Get him. Cool. He's dead. My good freaking heavens. I guess talking straight for the past 4 hours is gonna do just absolute murder to my throat. That's okay. I think it's just about time to stop anyway. Oof. All right, cool. Well, this has been a good stream. We have got some absolutely fantastic things accomplished. Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So we were able to get the card. Whoa, okay, that scared the crap out of me. I didn't know what happened there for a second, but it was just that my hand busted, so. Jirlu says this is super cool. Thank you so much, Jirlu. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just a very fun thing I'm working on. So, yeah, for anyone, because I'm seeing right now we've got 11 concurrent viewers on YouTube. So, hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I feel like there's probably got to be at least a couple people in here that haven't seen what's going on. So I'm going to give everyone just a really quick, brief rundown to see if this is something you'd be interested in, and if it is, then lucky for you, I am live streaming this game development process, and you can join along if you'd like. Basic concept of the game, it is a randomly generated tomb that you get to explore. There will be items and monsters and all that fun stuff. Traps as well that you will have to avoid / wart, turn off, whatever. But anyway, so right now we're working on getting the actual dungeon parts working. So we've got the dice that you can pick up and move around and put back on the floor and all that fun stuff, and merge the dice together. That's, you know, stuff. As you move around the dungeon, you will eventually come across monsters. Right now there's just basic slimes, and yeah, the combat is based around Blackjack. I feel like every time I explain this thing, I forget more and more of what I actually need to explain. So yeah, so hopefully I don't forget anything. Anyway, general idea, concept. Combat is based around Blackjack, so when you come across a monster, you draw face value cards. You want to try and draw a value higher than the monster's armor class, but not so high that you would bust, because if you bust, then you lose your hand, you have to start drawing again. Eventually we'll get it to where the monster will attack you when you bust, but for now, you just have to draw until you get over their armor class. When you're over, so 18 out of 14, then you would attack, you'll do damage, and yeah, you do that until the monster dies. And if you're ever not above the armor class, then you have to, you know, draw, and hopefully you don't bust. If you bust, you get damaged, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you kill the monsters, fantastic, there you go. We'll eventually make it as well so that when you try to leave combat without actually killing the monster gets an attack opportunity, or an opportunity attack, whatever you call it. And yeah, so you can leave combat, but you run the risk of getting attacked. And yeah, that's general idea of the actual dungeon gameplay. And then we've got a little bit more stuff going on that will eventually tie together. So eventually we have a safe room, is what we're calling it right now. It'll be something else eventually. There will be eventually a place in the tomb or in between tombs or something like that you will come to where you can buy and sell dice, so that there will be a vendor eventually. Right now this is just the general concept layout, so you can buy and sell dice, and when you buy those dice you can merge them together, make stronger dice, all that fun stuff. And with those dice, the reason why you have them is you have a spell book. So your spell book is linked to your various card suits, and they all have an element to them. So you got Pyro, Geo, Necro, Hydro. So this is in place of like the diamonds, the spades, the hearts, and all that fun stuff. Anyway, yeah. And then with the spell book, if anyone here on the YouTube stream is familiar with any of the shorts that I've uploaded about this, great. If not, then really quick overview. With the spells, you can upgrade them with your other dice, so you can add a bunch of Pyro dice to your Pyro spell and make it stronger, so it's doing 4 damage now. Take out the 1, put in a 4, now you're doing 7 damage, fantastic. You know, add the Geo, add the Necro to the Necro, add the Hydro to the Hydro, and that's great. But hopefully the fun part of this concept would be being able to create your own spells. So general idea is if you were to pull out one of the Pyro dice and put in a Hydro dice, you now have a Pyro Hydro spell. So like, just as a quick example, if you were to do Pyro and Hydro, it would, I don't know, turn into, I guess, steam, I guess would be the element that it would turn into. So you would then have like a spell that is something steam. Or if you were to put like Geo, so you've got Pyro and Geo, so fire and earth, you would get like lava or something. So you're kind of using the different elements to mix and match the spells and build out your spell book how you see fit. And yeah, you can combine up to 3 different elements per spell, and then it also just does that damage against the monsters. So eventually there will be elemental weaknesses and strengths, so you'll want to be mixing and matching and making sure that you're, you know, doing the correct kinds of things with your spells to make sure you're, I don't know, min-maxing the best way you possibly can. Yeah, that's the general idea. Oh, and then there will also be quests as well that you can accept and go into the dungeon and take care of the quests. So yeah, that is the general concept of the game. That is what we've got so far. That's what we're working on. So yeah. Anyway, so today got all sorts of great stuff done. Come over to the Trello board. We finally got the monster spawns that I would say we can officially say they are done. The monsters are, as you can see, if I pull this up, as you can see, the monsters are spawning. They're in there. They've got all of their stats, and you can now draw the cards and attack them, and it actually does damage. That was a blackjack, and so it did... That was not a blackjack. That was just 20. I thought it was blackjack for a second, and I was doing double damage. No, just doing regular amounts of damage. Cool. Anyway, yeah, so the monsters are there. We do still need to make it so the monsters can attack you. We don't have that yet, so that'll probably be tomorrow's stream, is making the monsters actually attack you. If you bust, so if I were to draw right now, I'll probably bust. Yep, 23, there we go, I busted. And so with that, excuse me, hey, look at that, blackjack. So if you bust, the monster will attack you and, you know, deal damage to you. And then the monster will also get an opportunity of attack. I really want to show it off, but I got a blackjack, so I have to attack. Why would I waste a blackjack? Anyway, so if you're in combat though, and if you try to leave, the monster will also attack you. So we will implement that next stream. The other thing we got was the actual card draws and attacks working. So yeah, all of the card stuff that you see on screen right now, so all of this stuff was done tonight. So the buttons themselves, the draw button, the attack button, all of that was done tonight. The actual card drawing, some of it was already done, and we kind of copied and pasted it, but we got it all polished and working the way we want it to. So yeah, that was everything we did tonight. So it doesn't feel like as much, but it was a good time. We got a lot done. It's working better than I thought it would by this point in time. So I'm very happy with how it has turned out. And yeah, it's feeling really good. Eventually we will be tightening things up, you know, making animations look a little bit better, kind of fine-tuning the graphics and all that stuff to make it a little bit more cohesive and better looking. But yeah, that is the concept. That is what we've got, and it's a good time. I have a good time with it anyway. So anyway, well, I unfortunately am not a full-time streamer or anything like that, so I have got a day job that I have to work tomorrow morning, and I've got to be up early. I've got to be up in the next like 5 hours, so I should probably go get some sleep before it is too late, and then I will just be exhausted tomorrow. So to everyone who's watching, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate everyone being here. To everyone who's been chatting, I have absolutely loved the conversations we've had. It has been a fantastic stream, absolutely incredible. It is really hard for me to get off right now because I just keep seeing the concurrent viewers going up, and I don't know why. So if you're here from somewhere, let me know, because I have never seen the concurrent viewers this high in like the double digits. It's usually like 3 to 4. So if there's a reason why you're here, like whatever brought you here, let me know, so I know if it's something that I did, I can do it again. Yeah. Anyway, with that, oh my gosh, Devious Oatmeal, I completely missed your message. It's because you're fun to listen to and the game is appealing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I'm not annoying to listen to. I try not to be, but if I am, you guys let me know, right? I would hope so. Anyway, cool. Well, yeah, we've got one more live stream for the week. So tomorrow evening, we've got one more live stream. So if you're just getting here and I'm wrapping up, first of all, I apologize, but good news, I will be streaming tomorrow night as well. So if you're interested, we will be here tomorrow and we will be continuing working on all of this stuff. We're going to get it so that the player can be damaged. And, oh, we also need to make it so that there will be a possibility of item drops when you kill a monster. So we will be doing item drops, player damage, and who knows what else tomorrow. We will go wherever the wind may take us. Where may that be? Who knows? It's kind of the exciting part about it, right? Definitely not at all scary about not really knowing exactly where we're going or what we're doing. Anyway, well, I feel like I've rambled enough in this loose outro I've been doing, so I am going to call it there. And yeah, one more thank you to everyone who watched and chatted. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you all tomorrow evening my time. I don't know what time it is for everyone else. But yeah, tomorrow evening, hope to see everyone there. And yeah, thanks again. Appreciate it. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there was something I was gonna say before I ended the stream, and I don't remember. If I remember, we'll talk about it in tomorrow's stream. So, cool. Well, everyone, take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck with life and things.